Think it's quite worthwhile to go just a little bit out of their way to get certified lead-free Amoco gasoline. You expect more from American, and you get it. The American Oil Company.
Oh, Peggy, look at your bridesmaid's hair. And if I shampoo with this, it'll wash the body out.
Silly, don't wash out body. Cream in body with Luster Cream shampoo.
Really?
Luster Cream's in body. It's got more body-building ingredients than any leading shampoo.
Creamy lather. Dreamy body.
Looks like you're next.
Luster Cream, you've done it again.
Oh, I can't go out tonight with your father with this hair. And my shampoo washes the body out.
Don't wash out body, Mom. Cream in body with Luster Cream shampoo.
Really?
Luster Cream's in body. It has more body-building ingredients than any leading shampoo.
Creamy lather. Beautiful body.
New hairdresser, dear.
No, new Luster Cream shampoo. And a very wise daughter.
Kids are impressionable. That's why here at this station, we watch the programs and commercials your child watches carefully. He may see bad guys, but not in the role of heroes. And he'll learn that crime doesn't pay. Because your child's welfare is our concern, too. That's part of our code. The code of the National Association of Broadcasters for television and the greater public interest.
This flat tire needs a man, but when there's no man around, when there's no man around, Goodyear should be. Why? Watch this. New Goodyear Double Eagle carries its own spare inside. Lifeguard safety spare. A tire in a tire. Keeps on going. Next time, give her a second chance.
Lynch took off at 7:45 a.m., flew 2,949 miles, made 3 stops. And most of the trip still lies ahead. Now there are schedules to check, flight reports to make, a quick supper with friends before turning in. Next morning, on the go again at 6:15. Then St. Louis, Cincinnati, finally New York. Glamour job. Mary Ann has made dozens of runs like this, served hundreds of hot meals, greeted thousands of new people. It all demands a lot of charm and works out to a lot of Coke. Does Coca-Cola have the taste you never get tired of? Do we mean it when we say Coke is always refreshing? Is things go better with Coke after Coke after Coke just a slogan? Write Miss Mary Ann Lynch, Trans World Airlines, Box 7144, St. Louis, Missouri. She'll tell you.
Coca-Cola has the taste you never get tired of. Always refreshing. That's why things go better with Coke after Coke after Coke.
In the dull and commonplace occurrences of day-to-day living, one thing stands out as a completely unique experience. Colt 45 malt liquor. In the dull and commonplace occurrences of day-to-day living, one thing stands out as a completely unique experience. Colt 45 malt liquor.
Your attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building. Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas.
Zach? OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money and change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas is low. Run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I make that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the gang, and we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight, cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day, they still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she bad but complain, cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane, and go get this money with them. I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang,
back to the bank. And it be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that shit change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about same. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. But fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
I think I'm cute, I know I'm sexy, I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I make them hot, I make them shiver. Their knees get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like they're on cloud nine. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. Eat your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. Welcome everybody to a special edition of the Pocket Locker Tuesday podcast. I am your host with the most, all the way from the East Coast. And as always, beautiful people, I am in airplane mode. All right, everybody, let's get on into it. We've got a fun show. We've got a productive show. We got to get some work done, man. Look. If y'all out there hanging out on YouTube all day, I got to be honest with you. I think it's hurting your productivity. I really do. I really think it's hurting you around the office. And what you got to do is you got to link up with the gang and get with some of these work streams so you can actually get some shit done during the day. Now, look, before we do that, let's go ahead and catch a vibe Me personally, I need to hear my song, man. I haven't heard my song in a while. I gotta go shot of jurors pull up. I'm gonna give out some pocket change for first, second, and third. This one, shot of jurors pull up. You find it at the OG Roddy Essentials playlist on Spotify. You can also find it in our music channel in our Discord. Let's go.
Yeah.
Listen to that bass.
Getting that hair done Tuesday. Where you going? Feet up, relaxing, sipping that.
All right, let's give out some pocket
change. This was 2K shit. I could hit you on my two-way, or I could try to make you my new babe. I laid the dick down proper, it's a new day. Who ordered
Carrie-Ann Chrysler is first.
Now that'll be me. Had to pull up in that CP3. Now do you love me, Lil Key? Shot town to New Jersey, we gon' pull up.
Carrie-Ann and I was watching Monday Night Football last night, and my dad was around. Me and my dad were playing cards. Carrie-Ann and Lena were around. Me and Carrie-Ann watched Monday Night Football, and some cheers and some weeds. We had a good time. Y'all should join us. Join us and gather. We're there around the clock.
No disrespect about
Dave was second, $500,000. Thanks, Dave.
Now let me tell you
James Apperson is in the house. What up, James?
What up, bitch? Cause you know I like to play with you. Come spend the day with you, come kick it, seeing what it do. Feeling comfortable, I make the move. But now it's different though, I guess it's cool. You wasn't shy about my love, remember after school the days when I picked you up. So now you fucked around and changed, almost messed it up. See, I ain't changed, baby, trying to catch a plane with you. Came back around to show you that I'm made.
And look at the trees instead.
Same old song on your weekend shit. I might just wish I never met her like Call Tom is, but I ain't tripping no. Stay up on the grind, we be missing dope. And you got that good ass brain, I had to let you know. Really wanna let you know. Tell me where you wanna go and what you wanna know.
Whoa.
What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. I ain't got a lot of time living in the moment. I'm in the city
nice.
with the gas roll for you. Can I come get you and we bend them corners? No disrespect about me.
No disrespect about
city, so you know I'm about it.
So you know I'm about it.
I can tell you about it.
Now let me tell you.
I am drinking Warhead's Sour Watermelon Ghost Energy Drink. I'm telling you, you got to get these Ghost Energy drinks. Sour Patch Kids flavors, Warheads flavors. I'm like a 17-year-old. I'm what they call rejuvenile. You know what I mean? I grew up just to get young all over again. Let's go.
What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. I ain't got a lot of time living in the moment. I'm in the city with the gas roll for you.
And I come through and you playing them corners like no disrespect about me.
No disrespect about
city, so you know I'm
with the city, so you know I'm about it.
I can tell you about it.
Now let me tell you
when you playing, no, I had to shout it.
Playing, no, I had to doubt it.
Nice, nice, nice. I gotta hear this sample real quick. Damn, son, where'd you find this? I love that shit. Y'all know I had to pull that shit. Y'all know I had to pull it just so I have it on my board. Come on, board. On my soundboard trying to play me like that. You just played a sound like
damn, son, where'd you find this? Damn, son, where'd you find this?
All right, let's I stole it from my cousin. All right, let's see. Up next, so we can get into this program, we're going to do communion. Now, some of y'all are fucking newbies around here. Speaking of which, if you're new or even if you're not new, like the video, subscribe to the channel, leave a comment below, and hit me with that exclamation point tip or exclamation point super chat, or hit the link in the description, drop some money in the plate. It takes a lot of money to do what we do around here. And the Cult of the Flying Man is in need of our very first private jet. And I don't know if you guys don't know this, but private jets are kind of expensive and gas prices are off the charts. Links in the description, drop your money in the golden plate. Now, let's go ahead and get into communion. If you're new, we're going to show you how to do this. But if you're fucking part of the gang, I expect you fucking know the goddamn routine by now. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. I got that good communion wine. It is nice and sweet. Uncle Bobby, go fuck himself. You want your communion wine to sweet. Nice and drinkable. You don't literally want it to taste like somebody's blood and shit like some of them weird Catholics do. All right, folks. And now that is now folks, let me test your musical knowledge here. Is what I just played the communion song or the communion hymn? Come on, y'all gotta know this shit. Y'all gotta know this shit. This the type of stuff that you need to know if you're gonna really have respectable music knowledge. Come on, folks. It's the Great Amen. It's 30 seconds, and there you see the answer. It's a fucking hymn. What kind of banger songs you know last 30 seconds? Y'all gotta know the difference between a hymn and a song. Really frustrates me when people don't understand this type of nuance. This is the communion song.
Hey, what to finish us up?
Do you know what? I don't know the name of this song actually, but I know the song, and so will you.
Oh, look forward to this. My bands, take it away.
That's right. Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. Correct, Carrie, and correct, James. They know what's up. I got that barefoot. That's what I'm drinking is barefoot. James Apperson, Carrie Ann Chrysler.
Making your way in the world today.
Look at the
takes
trees.
Everything you got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot.
Appreciate all y'all being here.
Wouldn't you like to get away?
I hope AR's starting to feel better today. Send him some love.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see troubles are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name. Well, all those nights when you got no lights and the check is in the mail and your little angel on the cowed by its tail. Your third fiancé didn't show.
Yeah, I'm hoping AR's starting to feel better. He's been under the weather the last couple of days.
Well, sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And you're always glad they came. You want to be where you can see troubles are all the same. You want to go where everybody
Carrie Ann got good at timing that jump. She gonna get a whole nother avatar off just them jumps.
Well, you get out of bed, the coffee's dead, the morning isn't looking
you gotta
bright.
catch that star.
You shrink right off to your opine. He doesn't even write. Your girlfriend says she's not a girl.
Uh-oh.
Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see troubles are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name. You want to be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows
the dubstep version of the Mr. Rogers theme. Somebody's got to link me to that.
Boy, Vance. Most common word coming in by text, boy, is goosebumps. Believe it or not, we've had that repeatedly across the whole series. If you want to see Foy Vance's cheeky grin when he sang the line, when you find your girlfriend is...
All right, gang. So let's talk about today's program now. I really want to get more, as y'all know, into the work culture. I know, Jay, you're an up-and-coming streamer. You're fucking entertaining as shit. You fucking are an amazing talent, and you just want to fucking work. I know, I'm just shooting myself in the foot. I'm making our channel unprofitable, okay? But the truth is, most of us have fucking jobs, and we got to get through them shits throughout the fucking day. So we need to get together. We can't just be getting together after work, drinking and smoking and hanging out, because then what are you going to do all day? And we can't sit around talking about the Bible and fucking philosophy all goddamn day, or else we'll never get anything done. So I appreciate all y'all joining me. Link up with the gang and gather. You know, the space that we have in Gather is a virtual office, believe it or not. The goal is for y'all to use it as an office. I know, it's fucking cray idea, all right? Now, as you notice, this is the big captain's room, but look, it's in a virtual office. If you notice, this is called the Most High Apostle's desk. This is my desk. Your Stupid Whore Energy's desk. It's a bunch of other labeled desks. I think James Apperson's desk is next to mine. Some other desk over here. Who else has a desk? Carrie Ann's desk is over here. Here's Carrie Ann's desk. It helps if y'all decorate your damn desk. Here's Lena's. This one is Wayne's. This one is Melody Joy's. This one is AR's. All right, so look, we got a whole virtual office set up for the gang. It's a whole lot of unclaimed desks. Get in here and claim one of these desks. We got some other rooms. We got meeting rooms. We got conference rooms. You know, if James wants to come in here and stream, boom, you can just come into the all hands room of the office. Boop, 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 boop. Just like church, got a bunch of pulpit chairs. And boom, there you are. Gives you all these little seating areas. I know I got to keep reminding you all the shit going on in Gather. Our Gather is laid the fuck out. I ain't going to lie to you, it's laid out. All right. Now, where the hell was I going with all of this? Back on topic, gang. Good job, alcohol, getting me distracted. Basically, today, what I'm getting at is today I want to learn the program, y'all. I got to get back into my coding. Last semester, I was really having a great time. Y'all know I work with Cliff. We work on MABE, I do digital evolution, but setting all that research aside, I have to work on my skills as a programmer, actually learning how to code, improving my C++, also hopefully my Rust and my Python. So today I'm going to get back into my coding crash course. Y'all are invited to just hang out along with me as I'm learning the code, but hopefully, even if you're not with us in Gather, if it is, during work time for you, hopefully you're writing, coding, fitness training, bartending, serving, whatever you do, stay at home parenting. I just hope you're having a productive day and that you sort of embrace the work culture with us, which most of you have. Appreciate y'all for that. So that's what we're going to get into mostly today, but we're going to have some fun with the podcast portion of it. And so today we're going to start with something, man. I got to put myself on full screen. I have to tell y'all that today, what we're getting into for the feature presentation today is something near and dear to my heart. Y'all know I'm fucking bipolar as shit. Y'all know I'm an angry black man. Y'all know I'm instant triggered, bringing the heat, literally trying to antagonize people so they'll boo me. And at the end of the day, I just want to fight. I'm just looking for a fight. And I hope said fight escalates and escalates and escalates the level of violence until it is literally a recreational fucking bloodbath. Now, some of y'all think I'm crazy, but look, if you're the United States champion of World Wrestling Entertainment, that's pretty much how it's got to be. You have to know that there's a target on your back at all times, and if you want to hold on to this here title, you just got to get used to loving that shit. Every single corner, every time you turn around, every single time I step out of my house, even if I'm not even if I'm just watching the internet and people are broadcasting at me, somebody is always trying to start a fucking fight. But look, every once in a while, we got to set all the fucking blase and the glavinoids with the conflicts and the holy wars and the internet jihads and all of that shit. And we just got to have a little bit of fun. I have to bring you something that literally just brings joy to my life, warms my heart, and makes me feel good, like there really might be hope for humanity. We really can overcome our differences. We really can, maybe just change the world or leave behind this world and create a new world for ourselves. Now you're thinking, what can make me feel so optimistic? Folks, we have to talk about something that this video I'm showing you is taking us back. It's like a 9-year-old video. And to be honest, I haven't seen this in a long time. So we're going to be reminiscing, folks. But how many of y'all remember those good old sweet days when you'd be at the mall, maybe at the food court or something, you just grabbed yourself an Orange Julius and some shitty pizza from Sbarro or whatever the fuck, or one of your Auntie Anne's pretzels or whatever the fuck, right? And you're sitting there chilling, minding your fucking business, checking out some booties walking around the mall or whatever the fuck it is you're doing, right? People watching. We all know you're people watching because you're broke. You ain't there to spend all your goddamn money. So you got to make the most of the people watching. And then what emerges before your eyes walking down the glorious halls of capitalism? A minor herd of small, young, white children, all under the age of 10. And there is some teacher or some caregiver, unfortunately, leading this group of children, usually all white. And they are on motherfucking leashes. Sometimes they're on like a gaggle leash, like a whole group leash, and they're all kind of leashed up together with their little harnesses, and it's like a little dog sled of tiny white people, and they're being led around on their leash by a lot. Look, folks, that is some fucking primo people watching. That is some shit that makes me laugh till God, the first time I saw this shit happen to me, I said, what the fuck is that? What is going on? And then, would you know it, that shit became a trend? And before you knew, I couldn't go to the mall. I couldn't go to Friendlies or, your little neighborhood white people hang out with the children, little family. And all of a sudden, it's just little white kids on leashes. Yes, I am all about it. Folks, you could look it up. And there's literally websites, y'all. Like a Facebook site, Cat Williams, it's Cat Williams. White people, please stop putting those little blue leashes on your children. That's Cat Williams on Facebook. Look. It's a whole little phenomenon. It's a whole little phenomenon being talked about on the Dad divides social media for using a leash on his 5 kids. Video extreme parenting. ABC News was covering kids on leashes, y'all. Why did this stop? Can we bring this back just for the entertainment of black people? Can we just bring it back? Oh, hang on a sec. I gotta mute Myron Bot's ass. I done ran around the office, and now Myron Bot's been unmuted. Look, when that happens, you just mute Myron Bot so you don't hear it twice. That's all. All right, here we go. Oh man.
For what white people do. Welcome to WWPD, where we explore what white people do.
Yeah, you got to get back into the mall. When they bring this back, I'm going back to the mall. Right now, you know, it's too much COVID out there, and things are scary, and malls suck. But if they start bringing back this white kids on leashes, y'all, I'm gonna be very tempted to get back into the mall. Very tempted. What white people do.
Next video, we all know how important dogs are to white people's families. So might as well treat the kids the same way, right?
I mean, literally, yo, this was the first thing I thought of when I thought of this whole white kids on leashes thing. When I seen it, it just had me laughing. And when I was thinking about doing this podcast, that's what I said to myself. I said to myself, I don't know. This basically proves what black people are always saying. Black people are always saying fucking white people treat dogs better than us. They literally treat us like we're less than dogs. Now, this is evidence of that in a really fucked up kind of way. I don't know if it's fucked up in the kind of way that it shows, yes, in fact, we will put our actual children on leashes, thus a reminder to all black people that, yes, our white children are more important and better than, because literally we will treat them like we treat our dogs, and we will not help y'all out. But so it's kind of it's like a visual reinforcer. You literally see white people treating their children like they're treating their dogs, and you're like, and this is what we say, and this is what we've been saying. This is the problem. See how you treat your dogs, but y'all still won't help us out. So it's kind of a fucked up way of being reminded of that. Okay, and then the other way is it shows, again, the treatment that we think a leash is reserved for a dog, y'all will actually put upon your children, which then elevates what you do with your dog, right? Because when I don't even put my dog on a leash. That's the irony of this. Well, I have a very small dog, so I'm not going to brag about it too much. He's smaller, and so he's kind of easy to control. You pick him up and do what you want with him, and leashes are going to bother his neck. He actually gets really excited. If I go to put a collar on his ass, he doesn't even have a collar on, but if I actually go to get his collar, he will get super fucking excited because he thinks he's going to go for a walk on a leash, and it's such a rare occasion for him. He feels special. But most dogs don't really want to be on a leash. Who the fuck wants to be on a leash? Exactly. Right. So, but y'all make it like, oh, it's all love in a white family. Everybody's on a leash. The dog's on a leash. The kids are on a leash. So it's a fucked up thing for black people because it really is a reminder that there's this equivalence between your dogs and your children, but a lot of y'all still won't help black people. But I don't really get that deep into it. It's a funny thing to think about philosophically, and I'm so glad he mentioned it. But for me, y'all, it's just pure comedy. It's just pure comedy, pure, white privilege and lack of awareness. Like when you just really, really deeply have a deeply flawed sense of lack of awareness, and you don't think about the message it sends to have your kids running around on leashes like that. And obviously, I wonder why black people don't do that. It's almost like for black people, seeing human beings on leashes and chains is traumatizing because it speaks to some sort of traumatic cultural memory where they didn't have their freedom. I wonder What could that be? I don't know. See, I grew up in America, so, you know, my history education wasn't really too good. I wonder can anybody tell me what black people may have gone through why they seem so averse to being on leashes and why they don't put their kids on? What could black people have gone through? I don't remember anyway. Yes! Yes! Oh yeah, I'm here for it. Look at all the kids playing. What? Nigga, what is he supposed
Does
to
the
do?
dad really still
player?
have the leash on the kid that's trying to go up the slide?
Oh my goodness. Oh my Lord. Really? Bro, oh my goodness.
And the award for Dad of the Year goes to... Absolutely. Not him.
No, I'm giving it to him.
Hey, that's for another episode of WWPD. Go follow @Kedar.
He's an advertisement to why his friends don't want to be parents. Like he's the dad who just is like, fuck it. Like this, you know, he's like, if my kid hates spending time with me enough, then maybe I can get out of this joint custody bullshit. This is one of those dads who goes for joint custody just to keep up the appearances. Like, he really doesn't want the kid. He hates fucking spending time with his kid. The kid is just a reminder of his failed relationship and the toxic woman that he'll be forever entangled with as a result of said decision. He really just wants both of these people out of his life as soon as possible, but he had to pretend that he wanted joint custody. So now he's determined to just phone it in. He is phoning in fatherhood, and making content gold that black people all across the world can appreciate just because of this.
And the award for Dad of the Year goes to...
Oh, I love this guy.
I see flicks right now. Subscribe. What you waiting on?
All right, but
Stop looking at me.
Subscribe. This guy's cool. Subscribe to the people he's talking about. I gotta get some more. Let's watch this this other clip on this, man. Oh, this shit just warms my heart. Here's the thing about fucking capitalism. We hate it. We don't want to hear more ads. We don't want to see more ads. Oh, freaking ads. Ads. This is some long ass stream about Otangelo. Nobody cares. We just want to get through this ad. I don't even think I can skip this ad, y'all, because it's like an ABC website type deal. All right. An error has occurred. They're going to play another ad. Why should they play another ad? An error occurred. Come on, I need to see kids on leashes. Oh man, just such a. Is it okay to put your child on a leash? Yeah. Let's have a good old discussion about this. What? Didn't I say video? What? Why are they like, nah, we're not going to play the video? Where is the video? That ain't it. That ain't it. Is that it? That ain't it. Y'all making my life hard. Boom. Here we go. Showtime, baby.
Yeah. They're the ones, of course, who are running through the malls and supermarkets, screaming into the abyss. They're chasing their runaway child, yelling, Tarquin, stop! Stop! Be treat, Tarquin.
Stop!
Oh, what's the answer? Well, how about putting them on a leash? That keeps everyone safe. Trouble is, there are a lot of parents who...
Now, in case y'all are wondering, stupid or energy, lovers on leashes is a completely different story. Y'all know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? Hey, now you get a lover on a leash, you're doing all types of things correct. You know what I mean? Women on leashes, I'm all for it. All for it. Once you're like of age, consenting adult, privacy of your bedroom, go ahead and leash it on up. You know, I love me a woman who wants a collar more than she wants a wedding ring. You know what I'm talking about?
Say it's cruel and inhumane
Tim Wilson unleashes the debate.
I subbed to Tom Culture. There you go.
Here's a quick and easy way to be judged, and maybe even hated. Leash your toddlers up.
A quick way to be judged and maybe even hated. Oh yeah, look at him. He's like, come on, how am I supposed to be able to talk on the phone, keep track of two young boys, and still look clean? You know, I gotta look. It's convenient. Look at everybody looking at him. He getting side-eyed.
It's perplexing and unlikely to make you popular.
You know, if looks could kill, the look that one guy just gave me,
yeah,
another
man,
guy
I'm
just
with
brushed
it.
past and said,
Leashes
aren't for kids.
Because
guys, this is gonzo journalism. Grab a couple kids. Who knows if those are even his kids, though, right? And just fake it. I mean, it's also a great way to pick up chicks, right? Like, if you're really having that hard of a time, don't put them on a leash, but just, grab one of your friends who kind of fits the same demographic as you. Like for me, I probably go to, one of the very few black friends I actually have. Hey man, can Uncle Jay borrow the kids for the day? You know what I mean? Take them to the mall, and watch the magic ensue as I could approach the ladies with them, assuming I'm doing some quality time fathering, when really these kids are just props and they're not actually mine. So I'm all about that. Hey, you got to do what you got to do. Hey, all the world's a stage, baby.
Mums and dads are unrestrained in their unlove of the leash.
Leashes are for dogs, is my opinion.
I'd rather find other ways to keep them safe.
Carrie Ann said, what happened to holding their hands? Nah. It's so funny because holding their hands pretty much has the same effect, but nah, the leashes... Holding their hands doesn't entertain black people the way that the leashes do.
By you?
I have a bit of an issue with children on leashes because, like you said, it does feel a bit like a animal.
People let their dogs run free. Why would you leash your child? I don't know. Depends on how good your kid is, I suppose. He listens to me all the time, so I don't really worry about that sort of thing.
But the pro leash.
I love it. Here's the other thing, y'all. You gotta love the capitalism of it too, because it isn't just the leash, right?
Worry about that sort of thing.
Boom. Here's what you gotta notice. See, notice the tethering built into the backpacks. Okay, the backpack companies went all in on this. Look, they were like, look. We're gonna add a little hitch. Right, what do you call them shits on the back of your truck, right? Like a hitch or something like that. I think I could tell I drive a truck, don't you? Can't you? Yeah, it's called a hitch or something that you hitch the trailer onto or whatever. That's what they put on these little backpacks. Little carabiner hooks so that you could hook them right in. A harness, yeah, harness the kids right in. Book bag becomes a harness.
If fewer in number, are equally strong.
Absolutely, otherwise you lose them. They go that way and you go that way.
They tend to wander off, especially around the shops. And
these guys, they're pro-leash.
For the parents to know where they are.
I have a 3-year-old sister.
These are the leash apologists.
And she's a bit crazy. Yeah, they are crazy toddlers.
No, that's a good move. Now, I like that. I like the shade there. It is a really effective way to deal with sibling rivalry. Okay, so I said it's okay to put your partner on a leash if that's your kink. I'm all about that. All right, but it's also okay to recommend leashes as a child if you're trying to throw one of your siblings under the bus. Look, this little brother of mine, Mikey. Look, Mikey, we love you, but you just won't stop fucking up and running around everywhere. Mom, I don't know. I think you should put him on a leash. See that? See, I like the shade there, the inner sibling rivalry. The heel turn on your sibling. I'm all about that. So if you're like the good kid and you're sick of not, getting enough attention, the bad kid is always getting more attention because they're always acting out, and the fucking bad kid is never really facing the consequences of being out of order all the goddamn time, and you just get sick of it. I'm all about that shady move right there. Well, you could put them on a leash. I like that. I like that shade, little girl. I like
Leashes
that.
are rare nowadays, and I suppose they're rare because we're a lot more aware of children's rights, and leashes can be used in a way to exert control.
Educational psychologist Michelle Blick points to the...
You gotta love the scholastic whitewashing of things. So we're getting a lot more aware these days of children's rights. And, you know, it may be that it limits the children. Like, how much can you equivocate?
Because we're a lot more aware of children's rights, and leashes can be used in a way to exert control.
Leashes can be used in a way to exert control. Listen to that expression. Leashes can be used in a way to exert control. Folks, let's do a little bit of deep digging here. The definition of leash: a strap or cord for restraining and guiding a dog or other animal, which is fine. Humans are animals. What am I getting at, guys? Leash, there's no such thing as a leash may be used in a way to control. Bitch, that's the definition of a leash. A leash serves no other purpose than to limit the freedom of something and restrain it. But you know, you gotta soft pedal shit to these white folks. You can't just call them out on their shit. Bitch, stop being controlling of your kids. You can't just say that. Instead, you gotta come out. Say that shit one more time.
Aware of children's rights, and leashes can be used in a way to exert control.
It can be used in a way to exert control. I call that academic hilariousness. No, like, she's really cool, I'm sure. I'm sure she's a great scholar and she's very professional. There's actually literally nothing wrong with what she said. I'm just a YouTuber here picking on people for my own amusement. But it is kind of funny because y'all get it, right? She said, like, come on, bitch. That's the definition of leash. That is literally the leash serves one purpose, is to be controlling. So you put a leash on your goddamn kid, ain't no you might be controlling. You could be. There's a different way to leash. You know, technically, folks, you could just put the leash on the kids, but then not hold it. See, if you don't hold the leash and you let the child roam free with just a leash dragging around the fucking ground 4 feet behind them everywhere they go, hey, technically, that's not a controlling use of leash. At that point, it's basically just a fashion accessory, right? Oh, my Lord.
Educational psychologist Michelle Blick points to the Dunedin study, which says that kids who have greater self-control do better at life.
When you don't want to research childcare before getting pregnant. Yeah, exactly, Fenton Mully. That's the other thing that it kind of made me think of when we were having that whole conversation about thinking about it in relation to how people treat their dogs. It kind of shows the same thing, that to them, dogs or pets are just play at, you know, having a family or having children. And then when they really, you know, when they really start to popping out tiny humans, you know, they're just elevating their pet game. You know, they've gone from pet owner to pet owner plus. You know, they got themselves a little mini-me primate running around now. But yeah, it just speaks to all of that, and it's really amazing. But look, I'm not opposed to sitting down with some white friends who have a traumatic history of having their freedom restrained by their parents, who insisted on literally parading them around the mall in front of, literally at the town square. That's what the mall is equivalent of the town square, where all the village gets to see and reflect on your family dynamics displayed out in the open in front of everyone. And on your way to the Prada store to get you a new handbag, you just couldn't deal with little Timmy and Tara, you know, running off to GameSpot, and so you leashed them bitches. And I'm here to celebrate it. I'm here for it. I don't know if y'all really see the reason I did this. I want to see this return. I'm pissed. You know, I've been looking out my window and in my neighborhood all throughout the pandemic, and I have not seen any families walking their young ones around here on leashes. Bring this shit back. I demand it. The world is going through some hard times. It's famine and disease and pandemics and wars and natural disasters and all types of shit and political corruption and insurrections and racism and LGBT hatred. The world needs every bit of good news we can get. We need every reason to smile and laugh and tell fun stories that we can. So hashtag bring back white kids on leashes. This shit, the world needs this. White people, if you really want to be allies for the movement, if you really want to betray your privilege, turn your back on the system and do something for the rest of the world, get your ass vaccinated, wear a mask, and for the sake of all of our entertainment, put your fucking kids on a leash next time you bring them to the mall. Please, we need this shit. The world is going through a hard time right now, white people. Step up and put these kids on leashes.
Self-control in toddlers, so in children at the ages of 3 and 5, actually predict physical health, financial wealth, and criminality at the age of 32. Using a leash doesn't...
We need like a new version of We Are the World. We are the children, but all the lyrics about putting white kids on leashes. And instead of like harmonious shit, it's just white kids on leashes throughout the whole music video. I'm into this. I'm all about that. Somebody makes that, I'm sending them my money.
Develop skills like self-control.
But parents have to exert control over kids because toddlers can be crazy.
I suppose it's how we do it. So what we want to do is we want to teach children.
Okay, I get that you don't like leashes. How about a fun leash?
It's still a leash, isn't it?
It's a backpack. A fun leash.
It's still a leash.
Just for the comparison, that leashing kids
is a lot like putting one of these on a leash.
The child does look a little bit like a pet, and that's when we go back to that exerting control.
What's the alternative to exerting control? Kids running away and getting lost. That happened in the mall before we put the leashes on.
Where's Roman? Roman! Roman! Where is he? I feel like I can hear him.
It was every parent's worst fear come to life.
In a sense, it's a perfect metaphor for religion. Because what it is, it's in the short term, exert control right now, rather than building a genuine relationship, rather than building a real rapport, rather than teaching your children real responsibility. I would love to review this clip with my mother. I'd love to have her on. Hopefully I'll get my mom on the podcast one day. Just gotta, talk to her about it, find a good time. Actually, she's not working right now, so maybe she'll hop on. But it's like, I would love for her to reflect on her strategy, as I'm sure a lot of you would love to hear your parents talk about. But I think my mom takes the strategy very much like I try to take with Sam. Not that I'm the best dog parent in the world, but and again, like I said, he's small. And, when I first adopted Sam, to be honest, we lived in Newark, New Jersey, right? So he was adopted from a high-kill hood shelter. And we lived in a cool-ass neighborhood. I really liked it, but there was a lot of traffic. And it's a big city. There's a lot going on. Sam's actually been hit by a car, but he didn't get hit by a car until we actually moved back into the country, and that was a whole different thing. I'll tell you guys that story sometime. But anyway, when he was in the hood, it was very important to me, right? Because it was like I either had to put him on a leash or not. And I didn't like having him on a leash. He didn't do well on a leash. He loves going on his leash, but after he's walking and he starts to do his thing and pull the leash and all that type of shit, a couple minutes later, he's having a hard time. So anyway, I had to get him very used to staying near me. And so I have to keep him within eyesight, and then he's got to stay where I can see him and stay within. And so anyway, my voice becomes his leash. He can tell by my voice when he's getting too far. He can tell by my voice if I'm just encouraging him to change directions and turn around. And he can tell when I get to the point, you take another step further in the wrong direction, you're going to be in a world of trouble. And I think, that type of independent thinking can really transform the way you do take care of a pet. And, not to keep the metaphor and comparison going, but you can see a similar thing in parenting where it's like, for me, I knew I had to be close enough to my mom to where I could hear her call for me. And I knew I'd probably be in trouble if my mom didn't know where I was. And so if I was going to go out of eyesight, I was going to say something like, Mom, I'm going to GameStop, or I'm going to the arcade, right? And then I would know where she was. She's at the nail salon. And she'll tell me if I'm not after I go to the nail salon, I'm going, you know, I got to stop at the I want to stop at the jewelry store or whatever, but then we're getting out of here. So if I decide I want to go to fucking Macy's or dick off at GameStop or somewhere else, what am I going to do? I'm going to take my little black ass, even as a little grade school kid, I'm going to take my little black ass over to the nail salon. Hey, Mom, I got bored at the arcade. I'm going to go to this other store if you need me. Okay, son, I'm still getting my nails done. When I'm done, I'm going to the jewelry store, and then we're going to get out of here. Boop, 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 boop. So it always worked. And then, you know, she would come find me. Okay, I'm still where she thought I was, blah, 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 blah. I knew if I rolled up and she wasn't in that nail salon, she was going to be at the fucking jewelry store. So what am I getting at? It's the same thing with, like, religion. You can control your kids on the leash and it'll solve the problem temporarily. And you'll feel like, oh, well, I got through this trip at the mall or that trip at the mall and my kid didn't get away from me. But they will never learn proper, you know, behavior at the mall, so to speak, because you got them on a leash. And so they never had to learn a system or way to stay safe. And again, all it is a safety thing. Your parents just communicate to you, look, you wander off, I don't know what the fucking happened to you. You're my responsibility. You need to stay where I can hear you. Like, you don't have to berate the child, but it's a perfect example of how exercising this instrument of control that seems so easy in the here and now really cripples your development as a parent. And it also cripples your child's behavioral development because they're not learning this essential skill that every child has to fucking learn. You're going to wander away from your home in the presence of your parent, be that to go to a stadium, the mall, a restaurant, wherever, a theme park, whatever the fuck it is. And you just got to become a kid who knows how to make sure your parents know where you are, make sure you know where they're at. And, you know, if y'all are in free wandering mode together, you got to make sure you stay in earshot and eye shot. And that's that. And it's the same thing where, like, we grew up, this religion, they put the leash on us, right? It just said, don't have sex, don't drink, don't do drugs, don't be friends with weird people, don't do, you know, and then once we got old enough and we realized that don't actually isn't the answer and doesn't actually work, all of a sudden we had to learn how to cope. How do you drink responsibly? How do you, you know, not marry every single person you want to try to date, but then go about negotiating your psychological, emotional, yes, sexual needs in a healthy, productive fashion? You don't have a clue. How do you go about, you know, conflict resolution in real relationships where it isn't pray it out and then take it all to Jesus? You don't have a fucking clue. Right? And so this is what retarded so many of us. They exercised that control over us early on in life. It made it easier for them, but as a consequence, they never really learned how to lead. It kept control over us, which made us appear to be good, appear to be well-behaved, kept us, quote-unquote, in line, okay, but stunted our growth and development as far as learning how to actually have coping skills, right? And so it's kind of interesting that it spoke to me that way just now reviewing it with you guys, but I think it's exactly what it's like. And again, it's a secular thing. I'm not sitting here saying the people who do this are religious, but it's a similar thing.
Some horrible moments, but fortunately a happy ending. We did find Roman as a mother, Michelle Blick, understands.
Reaching for a leash is a matter of course. That's not a good thing. Every now and then, if you need a leash to keep your child safe, then it may be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, Carrie, I personally don't think it's bad. I mean, I think, and I was thinking about this recently because we've had a lot of these conversations in this community. I think we have first world problems. And as a result of that, we have a first world understanding of human behavior. And it's very flawed. It's very unrealistic. And we paper over the ugly parts. I almost want to call it dark psychology. And I don't really mean that it's dark or bad. It's just the uncomfortable stuff we don't want to talk about that's just as much a part of our reality. You know, a lot of times we don't, it's like they always say, sometimes, you know, your parents are telling you, don't do this, don't do that, don't touch the stove, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, we talk about positive versus negative reinforcement, but a lot of us have to actually face one of the bad consequences, right? You get cut by a knife accidentally because you're just a kid. So you get cut accidentally by a knife. You do accidentally touch a stove or something that just came off the stove. You do accidentally, you know, something shocks you or whatever, right? And then you realize, holy shit, my parents tell me to do or not do this thing for a reason. It isn't just them telling you and you listen to them and life's better. No, it's them telling you and you experience the bad side too. And, you know, we talk about this a little bit in our community, but not enough. So what I'm getting at is I think we're really animals. And I think our psychology, our sociology, our anthropology, our evolutionary biology, all of these things, our evolutionary psychology, especially our evolutionary, the ways in which all of those fields interact with evolutionary thinking, all of that is in its infancy. And I think as it matures and we get a fuller, more complex and complete picture of human behavior, we're going to realize that negative reinforcement, negative learning, negative feedback loops, consequences, they're all essential. They're essential to learning. They're essential to relationship building. I think that's the reality. And if you can find a way to get that kind of strictness to people, that kind of get people in line without doing, you know, harm to them, then I think that's great too. And it's not easy to do. So the example I think of is my high school. Now, obviously, I went to a small high school. I went to a small Catholic school. But our discipline, believe it or not, in our high school was not very strict. And you go, what? You went to a Catholic school and it wasn't very strict? Yeah, it really wasn't. When I look back at it, now that's different, right? You have small class sizes. You have a small population size. So you can kind of keep an eye on everybody. Again, there's 50 kids per class. So it's not like we were a super difficult group to deal with. But what I mean was we had a lot of rules, of course, and I mean strict in terms of rules, right? Literally, I was constantly getting in trouble for uniform violations. And by that, I mean, you know, my top button is unbuttoned, or my collar, or I have my sleeves rolled up, or my sideburns are too long, or, you know, always pushing the rules, right? Or they didn't like my footwear. I was always trying to push it with footwear, see what I could get away with, right? Because we're only allowed to wear quote-unquote shoes, but we can't wear boots sometimes because of the weather we live in. So, for instance, I could get away with my cowboy boots, but then some of the Puma stuff I like to wear that was like between a boot and a shoe and a sneaker, they didn't really like that. So sometimes I get uniform. So it's all that types of shit, right? But what were the consequences? For the most part, they were points, which could lead to like a detention, which is like staying after school for an hour. You know, if you did something extreme, you could get suspended. And certainly there were people who got expelled over the years for just it being clear from the gate that they were going to do whatever it took to get themselves out of here. Those were always kids who, you know, were forced to go to our school and didn't want to be there. And we all kind of knew that and we wanted them gone. But what am I getting at? Our school did this. My mom used to say, you could set your watch to my school's activities. If my school said the graduation ceremony is going to start at 2 p.m. on Saturday, when that clock strikes 2 p.m., our music teacher will be hitting the first notes of the fucking music, and that motherfucking class will be walking through the door to start the fucking ceremony at 2 p.m. sharp. Why? It's just the way shit ran. We're a Jesuit school, everything's tight, everything's on time, and our dean of students was a military dude. He used to be like a Marine or some shit like that. And he was like a New York City police officer. He was strict as fuck, right? But here's the thing. All of us felt the strictness of Gormley, our dean of students, the orderliness and demands of our principal, Mr. Lyons. And it was always communicated in relationship. It was communicated to us as what is expected of you. It was not communicated to you as a threat. It was not communicated to you as, if you're not here on time, this is what's going to happen. If you do this, this is going to be a bad thing that's going to happen. It was never that way. It was, we expect you to be here at such and such time. You will be here at such and such a time. And that was it. It was like calling you up. It was like saying, here's the bar. You're going to meet it. I expect you to meet it. I'll see you when you meet it. You know, it reminds me of my boss. He sat me down earlier this month. You know, he said, look, Jay, you've done a lot of creative shit. I'm really happy about it. I think everything you're doing is going to work. Shoot for the stars. Keep doing what you're doing. But it's nut cutting time. We got to get serious about you hitting your benchmarks to make sure you get your next job and we can get you, you know, moving forward in your career. So I'm going to need this paper submitted this month. I'm going to need you and Cliff to give me, you know, get a shape mating manuscript out by March or whatever, right? When the expectations are clearly communicated, we're just going, oh, okay, boom, let's go meet him. So what happened? We submitted the manuscript over the weekend. Y'all see me and Cliff making our progress. So there's some magic to that, and I don't know what it is. There's some real skill and talent. You know, in sports, we talk about a culture. Right, we say some buildings, some organizations have a tremendous culture where you walk in the building, you know, the way everybody talks to you, the way everybody goes about their business, you know, the excellence kind of pulls you in. There's a certain gravitational force to the excellence, and everybody just gets with it. Working in the LNCA lab was like that. There's no demands over you. There's no punishment. Everything's very free. You could come and go as you please, wear what you want, but the expectations are somehow communicated in such a way that everybody gets it and everybody puts their best foot forward. And then when you don't, you know, there's a relationship such there that you start to sit down and you have those conversations. And what am I getting at? When you build those relationships, part of the staying in line comes in, and your ability to discipline comes in, because you don't want to disappoint that person. And it's a very different way of looking at it. You know, like, there are people in your life you fear because, you know, they're mean or they'll just punish you anytime you do something wrong. But there's other people in your life you just like when I was growing up, my mom, you know, me and my mom were so close, you know, we spent so much time together, you know, she was my go-to about everything. So, you know, my mom didn't have to threaten me a whole lot. Of course, there were times I stepped out or whatever, but for the most part, it was like, I just didn't want to disappoint her. She didn't give me any reason to. Same thing with like my band instructor. You know, we played our ass off for our band instructor. We practiced our ass off for our band instructor. We knew he believed in us. We knew he'd give us a chance. We knew he counted on us. We didn't want to make him look stupid for counting on us. He never had to threaten us. He never had to be weird or, you know, he just kept it real with us, and we worked our ass off. So I'm challenging myself right now. I'm really just reflecting on these different relationships and thinking about what am I doing as a a collaborator, as a professor, as a teacher, as a community person, as a content creator. Hopefully I'm putting myself in a position where people step up for me and people, are motivated to help out because that relationship is rewarding for them. And I hope I'm not the type of person that people are afraid of. But yeah, this whole leash thing's we got kind of deep on this, but it's a really great time to reflect on these things. I think especially because this woman in front of us dropped us into a more serious consideration of what's going on from a psychological perspective, I think we'd call it. I don't think they've put too much emphasis on it, but I'm assuming her training is in psychology.
To leash or not depends on your view of your role as a parent. But always keep it...
Yeah, Carrie Ann, more than likely, I hope the kids they was probably that way because they knew that they expected that. And then they know you're their ally, right? So they don't want to step out of line with you, because if they do, then... they lose part of their, not lose, but they're afraid of losing part of their support system. I always say it's like I always just tell people you should have a healthy fear of your partner. When I say healthy fear, right, I said healthy fear. It's not you're afraid of your partner's wrath. That's an unhealthy fear. But let's say you're dating James Apperson. You should feel like James such a great guy. James treats me so well. James is such an amazing person to have in my life. I am kind of afraid of losing him. Therefore, you honor that person, you treat them well, because you recognize they could walk out of your life and you are afraid of that happening. That's a healthy fear, right? I don't want to lose my job, right? I have a healthy fear of losing my job. I don't wake up in the morning and think my boss is threatening me. I don't think anybody wants to fire me. I've certainly had things communicated to me like, you have to do this or else you won't be in this program anymore. Because certain things you got to sign your contract, or, there's certain NIH expectations that either have to get met or you get cut from the program and shit like that. But the point is, there's always that healthy fear, and I think that's kind of what I'm getting at with dark psychology, as I'm calling it. We've got to get a little bit more realistic about the fact that we can't be all puppy sunshine and rainbows all the time. But once we're aware of that, we can find sort of pro-social ways to deal with that. And I think intentional relationships are a huge part of the answer. Life's tough. Somebody's going to have to correct your course at times. We're all going to step off. None of us knows how to go. We all need guidance and advisors along the way. And so I think building relationships with people we can trust goes a long way. Even like as I'm reflecting on my relationship with my advisor, like I've had tough conversations with Mike, my research advisor, and I've come back to him our next meeting and thanked him. And he's been like, oh, I don't know why you're thanking me, because I felt like that conversation was hard or I didn't do too well. And I said, look, Mike, you're my advisor, right? Like, we have to have tough conversations sometime. And I appreciate you for keeping it real with me, let me know what's up, always keeping it 100 with me. So, you can let people know, like, hey, look, not every meeting we have is going to be the best, but if we love and respect each other, then there's nobody you'd rather go through it with.
Mind that with parents and kids, roles can change.
Poor Tim, he was really, really concerned when he lost.
Holy shit, gang! Carrie Ann's on a roll with these stars, but I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is gonna sound weird to a lot of y'all. This hits me different. I don't know why, but for some reason, if the adult is walking and the adult wants to look like a fucking idiot wearing a harness or a backpack, and then the child is hanging on to that, for some reason, this doesn't bother me as much. Now, I know they're just doing this as a joke, But there's something different about this dynamic here, right? Number one, the child can let go. Number two, it's making the parent look stupid and not the child look stupid. And I don't know. It's just hitting me different. It hits you more of a tether like the child wants. Now I'm with Carrie Ann. Why on earth you just won't hold the child's hand and walk through the mall with them holding hands if you're really that concerned about it? Is ridiculous to me. Holding hands was the OG leash that we evolved with and don't need to buy harnesses or backpacks. But it's just very interesting because I just had a totally different emotional response seeing the situation reversed.
Poor Tim, he was really, really concerned when he lost
I know,
Roman.
that was a
about
true
5
story.
minutes, which is a long time to lose your child.
Yeah, I've lost my children heaps.
Yes, right. They grab, especially younger ones, they grab stuff like that. And a lot of times they'll tug at your clothes and stuff like that. So, giving them, something they can grab onto when they're around you. Also, there's a reason not to hold hands that long. There's functional reasons. It's not very ergonomic. It takes up a hand, and hands get sweaty and uncomfortable and all types of shit. So, and again, I don't think either of these is the way to go. I don't think either of them is practical. I'm just saying, a child holding on to their parent with something the parent is wearing doesn't hit me the same way as the child themselves being on the leash. I still think it's stupid as fuck and you look silly, but it definitely doesn't bother me the same way. And I'm just admitting, I don't know if it's any better or if I just perceive it being better because of the reversal of the dynamics. Because now all of a sudden the bigger person is wearing the tether and the child can choose whether or not to hold on to the thing. Assuming you're just, always telling the child to grab it or whatever. It's a weird thing. All of this is weird.
I don't even know where they are now.
I will admit to having used a leash because I was heavily pregnant with number 2 and number 1 was a bolter. He was 2 years old and I couldn't chase him and he would have been run over. So there were a couple of months when I was heavily pregnant when I used something that looked like that. So, yeah, it was very handy and he lived and he's still alive now.
Doing wonderful things for society.
Is he? I don't know that he is. Anyway, but I thought that was quite a good compromise.
If I had my turn again, I'd definitely wear a leash. But I'd never wanted to be judged. As a parent, I'd be like, because I'm judgy.
You're judgy.
Judgy,
yeah. That's part of the problem, isn't it? Everybody judges parents for everything. You can't win.
Take your kids to McDonald's, judging. I judge myself every Thursday.
I love you for it.
Yeah, they're fun. They're good broadcasters. They're a fun team. So I like the honest reflection there. The one says, hey, I've done it. It turns out it's not that big of a deal. I think it's one of those. I think kids are resilient, so I don't think anybody's severely traumatized or on the couch with their therapist about the time they were, on a leash in the mall. And if they are, I'm sure their therapist is letting them know it's a perfectly normal thing. Don't worry about it. Doesn't mean your parents hate you. It's just funny as hell to me. Y'all already know. My take on this whole thing was racial. Totally racial. Every once in a while, a lot of times, actually, they're just straight up trends, right? That black people and white people live different lives, are often in different communities, and just have different cultural norms that can emerge. But when we go to these public squares, the mall, the movie theaters, the restaurants, whatever it is, it's kind of where everybody's culture comes together. There's the great things they say, the melting pot in America. And so it feels like as a black person, it just struck me as hilarious. And when that trend took off, I was just like, this is fucking great. Because I didn't see a lot of black people doing it. I'm sure maybe once in a while, if I saw a class doing it, because sometimes teachers would do this with like big groups of kids on a field trip or something like that. I'm sure once in a while you saw a kid of color that just happened to be in the class or whatever. But, I never really saw a black parent with their child on a leash in the mall or something like that. But, man, that shit was funny to me. Something made me think of it yesterday. I don't know what made me think of these kids on leashes, and I had to look it up, and then I said, we need to do something fun for Tuesday, so we'll do that. All right, folks, I need to get some work done. So we're going to try to get a few hours of this coding done. Really appreciate all you guys. Like I said, we're going to get more into the work thing. What I try to do, I'm trying to shift us. I really need to stream earlier. And, of course, it's damn near 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I should have put in a few hours of work already. But it's kind of okay. I just need to get us shifted towards doing more of this stuff. So I'm going to buckle down at 3 o'clock for a few hours. And I'm going to actually hopefully share my programming book on stream with you guys so you guys can see what I'm working from. And we're just going to really start to work through learning and getting back into coding. But I'm having fun. And I want to keep it rolling. So I'm going to roll into our next feature for today. I don't know if we'll get through all of it. Depends on how much I interrupt to wax. But I really... I want to review another episode of A Black Cat's Voice. Cat's fantastic. She does a ton of great work. She's always, oh, cool, Paul. I'm glad to hear you're interested to learn more about coding, man. Yeah, and we've got some programmers actually in our community. Nerdy Rodent, Nitty, I think Jason Torn and some of the other science streamers that come through once in a while are also coders. So I'm hoping to build more community around it that way too. But yeah, so we're gonna review another episode of Black Cat's Voice. I know she's on hiatus right now, but we haven't played all the episodes that she did before hiatus, so we're going to get to another one of those. Before I do that, though, I want to send a quick shout-out to my man, Cameron Bennett. Cameron used my cousin OG Roddy's music, the Link Up with the Gang that y'all hear on stream a lot. This is Cameron's latest fitness video, and he's got that OG Roddy in it. I love it. This looks great, man. Also a super nice gym. Is Cameron at the gym or is this Cameron's home gym? I think he's at the gym.
We get it and never complain. Same goal for the game. And we put it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight. Cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day. They still hang around me today. You wanna come on? If it was money to get a hit, Henny, we get it and never complain. Same goal for the game. And we put it up all the same.
That's crazy.
I can't really eat, let's stay straight. Cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day.
He always got them
They still hang
bands.
around me today. You wanna
But if y'all don't realize what we talking about, man, Cameron's a beast, dog. Because you know that dumbbell press, right, is heavy, is hard enough as it is. It's an amazing shoulder workout, right? But then by having his resistance band set up the way he does, it's more of a full body workout. You work a whole bunch of other muscle groups, right? Because now instead of just having the weight coming from his shoulder being pushed up, he has that going almost like a machine. But now he also has the extension of the tension through his back and all of this shit from the resistance band. Also harder to keep control over, which means it works more of the like minor muscle groups, right? Because when you're doing a machine in isolation, you're kind of doing this and you can get away with a lot of shit, but he's got to work all his stabilizer muscles and shit. So these resistance bands are a deep part of Cameron's philosophy. So make sure you pay attention to them type of details. But I'm sure if people talk to Cameron, he could explain even better about how they add another dimension to pretty much all the exercises that he does, which is really great. I need to get some resistance bands, but yeah, I'm sure that's his gospel, man. Cameron is evangelizing the free weights and resistance bands, but that's another great video, Cam, and appreciate you using OG Roddy's music. Cameron was in here earlier. He might just be working out or with a client now. All right, so let's go ahead and listen to this Black Cat's Voice till about, we'll pause at 3 or so and get back to it.
Hey, my lovely people. Welcome back to A Black Cat's Voice. I'm your host, Kat, here with a brand new episode for whoever out there is listening. You feel me? Today's topic I wanted to name this episode Why Are You So Mad, Sis? And I just really want to talk about what is, stereotyped, what is looked at as the angry black woman. Now, I'm going to break this down the best that I can, and I'm just really going to try to develop an understanding for people out there who may not understand, what comes behind the stigma of being an angry black woman. You feel me? So let's get into it, y'all.
Now, I will say this. When I first saw this episode, one of the reasons I got excited about this, because I feel this stereotype a lot. And this is a conversation my mom and I have quite a bit because, there is the similar stereotype about the angry black man. And so I just want to speak to that. I want to acknowledge that. I'll probably be reflecting on that as I listen to this, my own experience. And, because there's no other opportunity for me to speak on it, right? I don't know, I don't have anybody else in our network like Kat that made a 20-minute podcast about being an angry black man, so then I can speak to that. So I have to take her angry black woman and then spin it to my own perspective of being an angry black man. But with that being said, I want to acknowledge that a lot of what she's saying, like a lot of what my mother feels, like a lot of what my grandmother would be saying, is there also is a difference because of the intersectionality, So they're dealing with blackness and womanhood in a way that black men don't have to deal with. Now, that's a problem for us, right? Because in a lot of ways, being a black man is weaponized against you in a way that it isn't for black women, right? So it's like this fucked up dynamic that happens in black households where, in a way, there are unique struggles that black women face that black men don't go through that, they understand because they're dealing with, like I said, being female and being black. But at the same time, if you look at certain things like the justice system, war on drugs, academic achievement in the classroom, shit like that, there are problems that are unique to black men, right? Black men are subject to violence and shit like that by the justice system in a way that certainly black women are more than white women, but they're not the same way black men are. So we all have our interesting spin on the black experience. And if you're black, non-binary, and LGBT or any of that, you got all of the other dimensions to deal with. So I want to acknowledge the uniqueness of what black women go through so that we could offer our support and solidarity, and then at the same time recognize that when I spin it from my own experience, I'm not trying to undermine that. I'm just trying to say, yep, and we also have to deal with this as being an angry black man and speak to what's different there. And I want to speak to it because that's how I feel. The truth is, people don't have to tell me I'm an angry black man or quote unquote treat me like a stereotype. I feel that stereotype. I feel like I'm angry about a lot of the things going on in the world. I find myself angry a lot. And so then I feel the stereotype placed on myself, and then it does start to color the way I feel other people treat me and the way I see other people treating me. Part of it for me is I feel like they're always responding to the anger instead of recognizing that as part of my response to what's going on in my environment. But I want to hear what she says.
Many, to this day, previously, currently, in the future, unfortunately, many black women, especially us darker-skinned ones, are always stereotyped as angry before anything, So I want to break it down for you on why this is a thing. So, for those of you who don't know, a lot of people usually assume black women have bad attitudes for no reason at all. Literally no reason at all. And I'm going to use my own life as I usually do with my podcast, to really elaborate on examples of how this happens. So for me, I don't know why people always assume I have a bad attitude for literally no reason at all. And it's greatly affected my life. Like, perfect example, professionally, you know, for those of you who don't know, I've been on my own since I was 17. And I have always kept a job. You know, I'm always on time. I'm nice. For the most part, I'm professional. And I'm consistently a hard worker. You know, I've never been fired from any job. I've never been suspended from any job. I've never had any type of negative, you know, connotations or nothing like that on my record as far as being an employee. But do you know, at every single job I've ever been at, I have had people come at me in a very disrespectful manner. I've had people really be rude to me for no reason at all, just because I'm a black woman. And whenever I stand up for myself, then they want to try to report me for being aggressive. You know,
I have had this happen to me. Man, I wish Uncle Bobby was here with me. I need to save an episode or two of Black Cat's Voice to review with Uncle Bobby on a Sunday. I'm sure he would love to speak about this. But I've had this happen to me. I've had a situation where literally somebody came at me at work and they were kind of disrespectful to me. So I spoke up to them, like, and I tried to be kind about it. I was just like, hey, look, you know, because what had happened was we had a couple miscommunications about our schedule. We were trying to meet, we were trying to get a meeting together, and, you know, I think they had to reschedule. I think then I had to reschedule. And then, you know, they spoke to me about it, and I kind of felt like they were calling me out where, you know, it wasn't really me. We had both done it, and, you know, we were both communicated about it. But anyway, I just felt like I stood up for myself. As I recall, I literally was telling this person, look, it wasn't disrespectful. I had a doctor's appointment or whatever the fuck it was. Like, chill out. But anyway, somebody overheard that and, like, got on me about it. And then, you know, like, went to my advisor or something, and it ended up being a whole big thing. Because I think I had to go to my advisor about it, because I think this person spoke at me in such a way, it really made me feel bad. And I remember that was the only time I actually started crying in front of my advisor. It actually made me cry, because I felt so disrespected and so belittled, and all I was trying to do was say, yo, somebody came at me, and all I was trying to do was respectfully stand up for myself and explain the situation. And just because I did that to somebody, I was treated like, oh my goodness, I was so crazy. And y'all know me, I go off. I know when I went off, I wasn't going off. I wasn't even near that. But it felt exactly like this, and it made me cry. There's been so many situations like this in my life because I felt that fear. I felt that exact tension. Like, this was a situation where I would have felt so bad about myself and so badly if I didn't say anything, if I didn't speak up for myself, because people shouldn't just be coming at me for no reason. And then I had the audacity to just speak up for myself, which is already hard enough when, you know, you're in a situation where you already feel like somebody's calling you out or something and they shouldn't be. And then to feel like I got attacked instead of them realizing, you know, what was actually going on, it really hurt me. Now, to be honest, me and that person are now friends, and, you know, it all worked itself out in the end. You know, apologies were made, and it's all cool, but it's definitely happened to me before. And that's the only situation I'm thinking of. I've had plenty of other situations where it's happened. Trust me.
You guys would not believe how at every job I've ever been at in my life, I've had...
Even honestly, y'all, even the shit in my most recent job, like, with everything I'm doing with YouTube and a lot of the stuff, I've had to go out of my way to like explain to people that I work with that, you know, are sometimes supervising me, because I feel like sometimes they treat my stuff like, I don't know. Sometimes, let's just say, it doesn't feel like your effort and your work is appreciated, and you have to go out of your way to speak up to even justify the choices you make and the way you spend your time. And you feel like you don't have to, not everybody has to do that way. And then when you do, you know, you're treated like, oh, well, you're upset, and you're like, nope, not at all. People were just acting like they don't get what's up, so I got to tell them what's up. Now, if y'all stop coming at me sideways, I wouldn't have to do that.
Had a manager, supervisor, whatever. I've had to sit down with somebody who wants to have a discussion with me about my attitude. And it's just really crazy, because the thing is, if I'm so aggressive, if my attitude is so bad, if I'm so hard to work with, why hasn't it...
Yeah, it's the gaslighting. Oh, God, the gaslighting.
Any of these companies let me go? You feel me? Why have I never been fired from a job if I'm that hard to deal with? Because I'm not. Because I'm not.
There it is.
And
this is something I was talking about from relationships the other day. You have to look back at all your past relationships. I don't even like calling them failed relationships. You have to look at all your past relationships, and you have to acknowledge that you're the common denominator in all of them. So now you have to be able to look at, where did you fall short as a partner? But you only need to do that so you can recognize where you fell short, where you disappointed yourself, so you could get better, so you don't repeat the same mistakes. But the mistake a lot of people make is to take it too far and to say, they start blaming themselves for everything. They start feeling like they're unlovable, like they're the worst. And you have to remember, well, if that's the case, then why do all of these people keep wanting to be with you? If that's the case, why do you have all of these friends? Why do people love working with you? Why are so many people attracted to you in the first place? And then you realize you're not a bad person. And the deficiencies of your partners, the deficiencies of those others, they also played a role in the situation. And, you know, certainly, if you would have known better, you'd have done better, but at the same time, hurt people. And so a lot of times your bad days were a response to somebody else having a bad day and somebody else treating you a way that you didn't deserve to be treated. And so you have to recognize where your responsibility lies, but you have to grow and mature and realize you're not responsible for everything, and that even though those people may never make amends with you, you're not to blame for everything bad that's happened to you in your life. And it's a very tough balance to be honest with ourselves about what's what.
One example of, you know, people assuming I'm an angry black woman when I'm not. Like, black women are always told, you know, we're too aggressive, we're too loud whenever we express our opinions, you know.
I'm with you, UC Love. I like people emotionally charged.
You know, just being black, we're expressive, we can be emotional, but because we're passionate about the things that we care about. You know, you want to describe a black woman as angry, but ask a black woman about her kids, you know, and watch the love come out. You know, mess with a black woman's kids and see how that strong black, you know, see how that mama comes out. You feel me? It's like the world tries to paint us like we're so mean and so hostile when we're so loving, so caring, and so kind. And it's really annoying. It's really fucking annoying, because why don't we get the respect that other people get? You know, when a white woman is assertive or dominant, oh, she's a feminist. You know, when a Latina stands up for herself, ooh, it's sexy, she's feisty, she's spicy. Y'all like that, right? Why don't black women get the same respect? And I'm not saying that to sit here and hate on other women, because anybody who knows me knows I'm very for sisterhood, honey. I'm very team woman. Very, I'm a girl's girl, as they say. So I have no issue with other women, especially of, other races. It's just, in society, why don't we get the same respect? So another thing, did you know that many black women don't wear their natural hair because they really believe they can't? Like, they really think they can't. And it's really a deeply rooted psychology.
This is a big thing with the women in my family, because my mother always, that's why I talked about being at the mall so much growing up. When my mom had to get her hair done, we're going to be here for like 3-4 hours. I remember my mom used to go to Jersey to get her hair done. Man, she be in that beauty shop half the fucking day, y'all. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Oh, this was some long days. Don't let that woman have to get her fucking nails and hair done in the same day. I'm literally doing nothing else today. Pack a Game Boy and a fucking lunch. But, it was always these styles, and my grandmother, she always straightened her hair and did, stuff too. And then, as my grandmother got older, she always wore wigs after she went through chemo and lost her hair and everything. And then as she got older, she started wearing her hair natural, like on purpose. But it was a very big decision, like, it was earth-shattering to everyone in my family and in the church circle, right? Because my grandmother's the first lady of the church. So a lot of y'all don't understand, but in black churches, the first lady of the church, the pastor's wife, sort of sets the tone for the other women as far as, what the church looks like, the aesthetics of the church, how you should behave. They're sort of on a pedestal. And so it's like when my grandmother started wearing her hair natural, it kind of, other women started, feeling a little bit more like, oh, this is a church where now it's okay. Like, you don't have to have that fucking, straightened out whatever look like. And this is especially important because these are older black women. So it's like, they shouldn't have to feel a certain type of way, right? They're older. They should be able to, age gracefully and accept themselves. And so now I think that my mother herself is now in her 60s. I think she wears her hair natural more because of the example her mother set. So I'm just trying to show y'all how deep this is in our culture. It is deeply known, and it feels like almost like a radical decision for a black woman to decide to wear her hair natural. And it can be transformative for an entire family or community to really reject the pressure to reject your own natural hair texture. Black people are always trying to not be quote unquote nappy-headed or perceived as nappy-headed. So us, there's a lot of shame around our natural hair. Even for me, for years, I grew my hair out real crazy, and I didn't do anything with it. I grew it out so I could straighten it, actually, because I like to wear my hair long and straight. I have pictures. I'll show y'all pictures sometimes. So I grew my hair out for years, and with the goal of straightening it, But I did like to really wear it natural as I was growing it out. But it was hard for me because that look was treated so differently, and people treated me so differently. People treated me like a totally different person than when I presented myself, like low and clean cut and everything. All very interesting commentary.
Psychological thing. You feel me? Now, to be clear, as a black woman to another black woman, to anybody, honestly, wear your hair how you want to wear your hair. Sis, if you want to be laid and slayed with the wigs and the inches, the 30-inch bundles, baby, do you.
Right.
You feel me? Do whatever makes you comfortable and whatever makes you happy. What I'm speaking on is why a lot of this can be emphasized when a person might actually have healthy hair. Some people have alopecia, some people have follicle conditions, some people have, really bald spots or issues to where they might feel more comfortable wearing their hair a certain way.
Appreciate you,
And
Cameron.
once again, let me be clear. Wear your hair however you feel like wearing your hair. However you're comfortable, however you're happy, whatever makes you leave the house knowing you that girl, yes, honey, wear your hair like that. But I just want to explain how it's deeply rooted psychologically in a lot of us black women to think that our natural hair is not beautiful. And for no reason at all sometimes. Like, I actually, in season 2, episode 7, it's called Unnaturally Natural, I did a whole episode on black hair, how it's viewed in society, and everything else. Go check it out if you want more.
We should check that out
about,
at some point.
You know, this specific topic. But it's really deep, you know, growing up in a household, just thinking that something as simple as your hair can be the difference of if you're cute or if you look a hot ass mess.
Yeah. So, let's see what she's talking about. So y'all can see, I'm gonna show y'all back to this college magazine, back to when I ran for president of the student government. All right, now look. Let me see the photo shoot. Where the hell is this damn cover story at? Open to the middle. Boom. Now, to me, this was long. This was like the longest I could wear it. For those that don't know, it's just like a Caesar. It's like a dark, it's like low and even. It's all very even. Now, I actually like, when my hair is low, I like what's called the light Caesar, where it's low and even, but it's so low that it actually is like a shading. Like you don't actually see the full darkness of the hair. It's like a shading. It's called the light Caesar. I don't know if I could even, I might try and find a picture of it. But anyway, that's the look that my family expects of me. That or lower, actually. To be honest, I look good with my hair even shorter. Like I always say, this is me needing a haircut. But you know, y'all know now, even now, like my hair's out quite a bit. But that's the only look acceptable to like people to say, to treat me like I look cute. Like when I cut my hair that low, especially with the light Caesar, you know, that's when everybody in my family would always tell me how handsome I look and how nice I look and, you know, how attractive I was. But once my hair grows out longer, you know, everybody treats me like I'm a hot mess. I don't get complimented on my looks. You know, everybody's always just trying to get me to cut my hair. Don't you think you need to cut your hair? I mean, even when I grew my hair out, and I grew my hair out for years, it took years to grow my hair out, nobody ever cared about what that meant to me. How I had always wanted to grow my hair out. Like she said, do you. Look at how you see yourself. And I would tell people, even when I was a kid, that I saw myself as someone with long hair. And I couldn't wear my hair long as a kid, but I always knew I wanted to grow my hair out when I could. And so why? Because a lot of y'all know I'm into pro wrestling, I'm into rock and roll. And so the people I wanted to look like had long hair. Almost as a rule. You know, even video game developers used to always complain. Wrestlers have a penchant for long hair, right? Because it's really hard to animate long hair. And so I grew my hair out for years, 4 or 5 years. It's like, and people just constantly complained about it. They constantly complained about it. My family, women I was dating, like, you know, and it got to a point where I would only fuck around people that got into it because it just bothered me. But it's something so simple, but really like this messaging that she's speaking about, it's not even like, some of y'all may not understand it because you may just not have experience with this part of the culture, but it's like, it's overbearing. It's overbearing. You're constantly having basically shame voiced upon you and treated like you're different. Like if I cut my hair short, I'm a fucking stud. If I wear my hair how I want to wear my hair, y'all treat me like dog shit. Like, really? And for people to just speak that way about you instead of recognizing something like, yo, if somebody grew their hair out long and then they dyed that shit purple, like, I don't know. They're probably pretty serious about their hair being purple. So either be like, cool, I like your purple hair, or shut the fuck up. It's this unsolicited advice that is really just backhanded insults about some shit that your opinion doesn't need to be made known in the first place.
And especially with it coming from people that look like you, and even if people don't look like you, people that care about you, your aunties, your cousins, your sisters, your mothers, grandmothers, all of that. It really takes a toll on your self-esteem to think that your hair, how it grows out of your scalp, is unacceptable, is not fixed, is the terminology I was, always told. Even since I returned natural, I've had members of my own family tell me, oh, when are you going to get your hair done? Or, oh, you still wearing your hair like?
Yeah, it's absolutely more about the business look, carrying 100%. And, not trying to throw them under the bus either, because it just shows you that that's the culture they knew. For my grandparents, what they passed down to my mom was that church culture. And let me be honest with you about the church culture that my mother grew up in with my family. Number one, in that type of church culture, a lot of you know, it's all about appearances, right? It's all about wearing your Sunday best to church. When you come to my grandparents' church, right? The saints, they come in, they have the hats, the outfits, the dresses, that's the most important clothing in their entire wardrobe. And so every Sunday is like a fucking fashion show. Like, the expectation is that you're stepping out. And then, again, being part of the minister's family. So, now it's like the pastor's family, but growing up, my grandfather was like the assistant pastor. So they were like, second family, but always still a pastor and a minister. So the difference in attention is very real, right? Like, it isn't like this, oh, the priesters run around acting like everybody's paying attention to everything they say, do, and wear. No. We're the fucking priesters. We show up to church on Sunday morning. It's a cathedral packed with people. Everybody's literally standing room only, right? Like, if you don't get to church early, you ain't even going to be getting a seat, right? Because Sunday, Cornerstone was just that big and popular of a church at its prime. And then our family was paid attention to like that. So there really is a reason they feel like that. And so everything was about keeping up appearances. And then my mother, going her own way, in a way more secular, a way more business, she got into corporate America. And then also in that climate, it's all about appearances. It's all about the look. And it can really be devastating to a career. There's a book called, there's a system called Performance Image Exposures, taught by a guy named Harvey Coleman. He's like a business guru. And one of the things he talks about when it comes to the eye, when it comes to the image, is that you can be thrown off of your sort of fast track up the corporate ladder simply because you don't have the same style as everybody else. So he uses an example of early in his career, how when my mom had me read her business books coming up, so I could tell the type of shit my family was about. But it's like, he tells a story about how, you know, when he worked at, I think it was like IBM or something like that, everybody at his level and the level he was trying to work at, like, wore these white shirts. He normally was used to wearing a blue shirt. And so, you know, one day somebody actually called him out, like they sat him down and they basically explained to him that, like, part of the reason he really wasn't, you know, being perceived and treated and fast-tracked the way he thought he would be was because it had nothing to do with his work. It's just the fact that he wore this blue shirt every day when everybody wore a white one made it, quote-unquote, seem like he wanted to stand out. Like, it made it seem like he didn't want to fit in with everybody else. And I think the subtext of the story is he kind of made it, even it felt to him like it might be racial. And he didn't realize it's just because he had on the wrong color shirt, right? So that's what I mean, how sometimes deep these dynamics are, is we could create a whole in-group, out-group dynamic that sometimes people can think is reinforcing, you know, prejudices based on certain identities, but it's really not. It's just a prejudice based on you not going with the look. So when we say, like, in my family is all about the business look, like, yes, but to, like, a cultish point where, but with good reason, right? Because, again, you're in a family where you're trying to do that. My mom's trying to climb the corporate ladder, right? And she's trying to reflect the realities of the situation. Like, yeah, you don't sacrifice all of this shit to get your education and then sacrifice all this shit to get your family out of the hood and then sacrifice all this shit to, you know, try to climb as high as you can climb, get up early every morning, make all these fucking sacrifices, work all these late nights, and then sabotage your own career because you're making unacceptable fashion choices. So, I mean, the mentality of my family definitely reflects cultures where there are severe consequences for not having the right look. But again, we can't keep forcing conformity this way. And it is getting better over time. But what Kat is talking about is how these type of image pressures uniquely manifest themselves in Black women. And I think this is an especially important to keep it focused on that. So I had some of those stories, but, you know, I think my mother is this way, and a lot of Black women are this way with good reason. But we've got to change the messaging.
Like that, you know, oh, I know somebody who does hair or this, that. Just really making comments when it's like, this is my hair, for one. And then for two, how are you going to tell me what looks good to me? If I'm confident wearing my hair naturally as it is none of your business. Hey, my lovely people. I just wanted to take a second to brag about how cool Anchor is. So I've been using Anchor to do my podcast for a little over 2 years now, and I really love this platform. It's easy to use. You can use it right on your computer or even on your smartphone. They have so many tools in place for you. They distribute your podcast to multiple platforms like Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and the list goes on. Oh, and did I mention the best part, you guys? It's free.
I think Uncle
so
Bobby
go ahead and download
Anchor
the
as
Anchor
well.
app or go to anchor.fm to get started. Thanks,
it's a really
everybody.
good app.
Psychologically, as a child, I always felt so ugly just because of how my hair looked. And it's really sad because growing up, I was always that kid that had to get my hair fixed, you know, for school pictures or for Easter, for Christmas. I had to get my hair hot combed. And when you get your hair hot combed, it's literally what it sounds like. It's a hot comb. So sometimes I got burned. I had burns on my ears, burns on my neck, burns on my forehead from getting my hair, quote unquote, fixed.
Yeah, I have a lot. I probably still have like scars and shit from scalp burns from chemicals and all of that type of shit. It's really not good.
Because my hair wasn't good enough. I had to get perms, and I don't know how perms are for other people. I'm speaking as a 4C hair black woman. Getting my hair permed was one of the worst parts of my childhood, because when I say they would put these chemicals in my hair and let them sit there and it would burn my scalp, I would literally be crying because it would hurt so bad. All because they wanted my hair to be straight. All because I needed to have the look. You feel me? And even years after I got perms, my hair and my scalp would be so sensitive that either I would have burns, I had some spots in my hair for a while, I had scabs. It was so bad, you guys. I literally couldn't even scratch my head for a while because it would start bleeding. And really, that's one of the main reasons. It wasn't to prove anybody to anything. It wasn't to prove anything to anybody. But that was really one of the main reasons why, as I got older, I was like, I'm never getting my hair permed ever again. And do you know, within less than 10 years of not getting perms, not straightening my hair like that, just really developing my own routine and taking care of my hair myself, my hair is now longer, healthier, stronger, thicker in less than 10 years than it has been my entire life. So it's really deep, you guys, if you think about it. Like, how beautiful can someone feel? You know, how high can your self-esteem be if you feel like something as simple as your hair makes you ugly? Like, it's just really sad that as black women, we have to go through that. And I'm still going through it because I switch my hair up. You know, I keep it fresh, honey. I do Bantu knots. I do puffs. I do braids if I feel like it. And I literally have people comment and tell me, oh, I like your hair better like this, or oh, your hair looks better like that. When it's literally like, I did not ask you. I don't care how you like my hair. I care how I like my hair. I care how I feel when I wake up in the morning. I care how I feel when I look in the mirror. Stop commenting on black women's hair. Like, for real. So another thing as black women, do you know that we can't even exist without being sexualized? Like, seriously.
Hey, man!
I was blessed with amazing genetics.
This makes sense!
There's a wild YouTube pump.
Have cute face, nice body, great hair, great skin. And I'm not saying that, not just because it's true. It's not bragging if it's true, right? I'm saying that because that's what a lot of people tell me. And it's nice, being fine. Don't get me wrong. But it's uncomfortable when you're always being harassed. Like, oh my God. Sometimes I just want to be left alone. Like, do you know I literally tone down how I look sometimes? I'll wear a big sweater. I will wear sweats. I'll be fully covered and I will still get vulgar comments. I will still get men and sometimes women coming out of the woodwork telling me like, oh man, you have nice tits, or oh man, your ass is looking.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Sometimes that's what I liked about just, letting the look go a little bit. For the same reason, you almost feel like you're putting yourself under wraps. Like, people still say shit, but they don't say as much. I remember last semester, I was teaching with Rob. I had my hair grew kind of long because of COVID, so I just had to let it go. It was natural. It was kind of like real, tangled fro, just as long as let it go. My facial hair was crazy. And then I remember one day I just cleaned it up. Like, I gave myself a haircut and shaved and everything. And the look on my students' faces the next time I came to class, it was just fucking epic. Yeah, but sometimes literally people try to hide the fine because you just get sick of so sick of the attention or people treating you a certain type of way. And that was the other thing that I don't think people get sometimes is like, just because people will sometimes treat you a certain way, like, oh, you're only fine when you look this way or you look better like this, it kind of makes you resent that. And so, you just want to do your own thing, partially like, oh, cool, and then I'm not. If I don't look like that, then maybe I can, get away from your comments and your attention. So, yeah, but it's crazy that, number one, people treat us so differently based on just how your appearance might change. But then number two, sometimes we feed into that so much ourselves that we're like, oh, cool, well, then let me like not look fine as fuck just so I can feel like I have a little bit more personal space. It's crazy.
And it's just like, leave me alone, leave me alone. Like, it's really annoying. And it's sad because just in the world as a whole, a lot of people think just because we're Black women, we're nasty, and I'm not saying that, Black women don't have a sexual side because, a lot of us do. But what I'm saying is that it's harassment. If I'm minding my business, if I'm not doing anything to encourage this, you telling me things about my body or what she would do to me if we were alone, it's harassment. And it's very uncomfortable, And we're really treated like that in society as a whole. And it's so sad. Like, the music, the whole hip hop culture as what it is now, it really doesn't help. I listen to it, don't get me wrong, some of it be catchy sometimes. But why does the media push that for us? Why does the Black woman have to be so sexual? Like, really think about it. You have other artists, other female artists who are really out there making moves and really just being, phenomenal woman. But it's like, how come Taylor Swift doesn't have to talk about how good she is in bed? How come Adele doesn't have to twerk on stage on all these other things? Like, why does Nicki Minaj have to do, certain things or carry herself in a specific way to reach the plateau that she's at? Why are Black women so overly sexualized? Another thing, did you know in the medical field, Black women are constantly ignored? And I mean ignored, like straight up. Doctors will tell you how, you're probably exaggerating. I've had doctors ask me if I'm on any psychotic medication when I've described my symptoms to them. And I don't mean like they're asking the general questions before they prescribe anything. I mean, I could literally, like, for those of you who don't know, I have what is called a chronic illness, and I get flare-ups to where the symptoms can really, really be so painful that I cannot get out of bed. And I've gone to the doctor for these things, and I've had doctors literally ask me, like, oh, are you sure it's not all in your head? Oh, are you sure you're not making this up? Oh, are you sure you don't just want pain medicine? And it's so insulting because anybody who knows me knows I don't even like taking medicine. I gotta really have a migraine, I gotta really have a bad headache or whatever to even take Excedrin because I don't like taking medicine. So you know how insulting it is to be going to a doctor, somebody who gets paid to help me, and for them to treat me like I'm bothering them.
Most fields are oversexualized.
I actually did a whole episode on this in season 1. Actually, I think it's my second episode, but a lot of doctors actually believe black women don't feel pain. You know, a perfect example of this, in 2016, there was a black woman who went to the hospital to have her baby. They did a C-section on this woman in 17 minutes, and she died a few hours later. And I know what you guys are thinking, oh, maybe she went to a mom and pop or whatever. No, this was at Cedars-Sinai.
Oh my goodness.
And if I recall correctly, Beyonce had one of her kids or some of her kids at Cedars-Sinai. So that's supposed to be like one of the top hospitals. Like, how do they do that? You know? And it just goes back to what they teach in the medical field, that black women don't feel pain. You know? There's literally, honestly, there's so many reasons why a black woman might be angry. You know, there's even actually a quote by Yoko Ono who says, the woman is the, I'm going to use this word even though I don't use this word. I'm going to use it for the quote. So Yoko Ono says, the woman is the nigger of the world. So if that's true, and this is a non-black person saying that, then what is the black woman? You know, it's just, it's really crazy because we go through so much as black women. Where are we free to be ourselves if you're telling us we can't wear our hair, we can't state our opinions, we can't exist, you know, we can't go to the doctor? Where are we free to be ourselves, you know? And if this was your life, anybody out there, wouldn't that make you angry? Like, for real, wouldn't that make anybody angry?
Seriously.
So I'm just saying this to say that, yeah, some of us black women are angry. You know, sometimes we are angry because why do we deserve to have this kind of life? You know, just think about it. Think about what we go through. And regardless of anything, we're still supposed to stand strong. We're still supposed to hold it down. We're still supposed to always be that strong black woman. And it's like, one thing about being a strong black woman is that people see your strength and they see what you're carrying, but it's very rare that somebody sees like, oh wow, you know, you're carrying so much, let me help you. You know, a lot of people just give us a high five and say, damn, you're so strong. But it's like, what am I supposed to do with that? You know, think about, I just want you guys to think about all these things that I'm saying the next time you think you see an angry black woman, because I promise it's always deeper than that. So stay safe, y'all. And as always, thank you for listening.
Really good. So, I want to thank Kat for making that. That was fantastic. So good. All right, let's see if we can get this thing going. All right, so I'm gonna start by. I'm gonna go ahead and set a timer. Don't forget, gang, there are timers at all these desks. If you go into a cubicle, Obama, you can always use a Pomodoro timer. I have the link bookmarked, so I'm gonna go ahead. Did we put one in here? We should have put one. Oh, we did put one in here. Nice. All right, let me mute MyronBot, and I can put Pocket Locker. Go ahead. All right, let me get my stuff ready. Why did I just hear clicking? There's nobody in here. All right, let's clean up our tabs. Don't need those. Let's get in here and we'll slide this one down. I don't even know if I'm gonna watch this, probably not. But I'm gonna keep those there. let's just save this to my playlist. Thought I pulled this up any other time anyway. Yeah. It's just tabs it on the list. This is something Carrie Ann was watching last night.
Station in countries like Mongolia, East Europe.
Myronbot got unmuted again. All right, now let's get ready to go to work. Don't need that. Don't need that. Definitely don't need that. Don't need that. Hate Zoom. Oh, I do need to use Discord to check and see what the fuck happened to Rodrigo. Hang on, I gotta get Rodrigo into this gather. All right, I gotta wait for this full. I just don't. I don't know. I just need people to like. It's just weird. Sorry, I had to send somebody messages. I get annoyed. Like I meet with people and gather for a reason, and I'm just like, just come meet me and gather. Stop trying to fucking talk to me offline. It's really irritating. All right, so. All right, let me get rid of that. Sorry, that's why it's irritating, because I get distracted. Here, let me pull the chat back up. All right, here we go. Let me get my book up for you guys here. Let's see if you guys can get my tablet. I'm going to stream my tablet for you guys. Let me go pee. I need to fucking piss. So let me do that now. Actually, I'm just gonna hit the be right back. I'll be right back, guys. Wait, hang on.
Airplane mode. Ready for takeoff?
Start my morning every day with her. In the afternoon I lay with her. In the evening I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug, cause she here every day for me. In the morning hit her faithfully. At least a dub when we touch. No one falling in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. Even bring her out on dates with me. See my mama new place with me. She hold me down on the days when I ain't feeling too up. I ain't even tripping, cause she with me in the clutch. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I play with ya. But I know I'm never tripping. The signs say I'm in love. Mary Jane is different cause she ain't even the drug. She be there every day for me. She my sweet Mary Jane shorty. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, she turned me into the plug. She be there dealing weight with me. She be there to take the pain from me. The homie said that I'm tripping, but all they do is get drunk. Smoking on the wax, they thinking I'm off the drugs. I go all out the way for ya. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I stay, cause she know that I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. She go running every day with me. Take the kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya. She my sweet Mary Jane, and she the one I could trust. Niggas sipping lean, but me I'm smoking a dub. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I play with ya. But I know I'm never tripping, cause hi, I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug. Yeah.
Airplane mode. Ready for takeoff?
Start my morning every day with her. In the afternoon I lay with her. In the evening I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug, cause she here every day for me. In the morning hit her faithfully. At least a dub when we touch. No one falling in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. Even bring her out on dates with me. See my mama new place with me. She hold me down on the days when I ain't feeling too up. I ain't even tripping, cause she with me in the clutch. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I play with ya. But I know I'm never tripping. The signs say I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug. She be there every day for me. She my sweet Mary Jane shorty. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, she turned me into the plug. She be there dealing weight with me. She be there to take the
Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to get in touch with Rodrigo, and we just been back and forth on the scheduling thing, and I'm not really sure what the major malfunction seems to be. All right. Sorry, I'm having pain in my right shoulder. All right, I need to get my chain going here, and I don't know if I installed the softwares I was using for my development. It doesn't look like I did. All right, so let's get some. You know what? Let's not. Let's do everything. Can I use Rust for VS Code? Yeah, I guess I could just use VS Code for everything. I do like the other IDEs I was using. What was I using for Rust? I was doing my Rust in... I kind of liked using C-Line for Rust. Yeah, nah, let's go back to being independent for a second. Let's go C-Line, Windows download. We're going to have to get our software. All right, sorry, guys. Let me get back into my little code and groove real quick. Let me act like I know what I'm doing. Let's go with some lo-fi. Let's go Simpsons lo-fi, Bart Simpson and chill. Kick it to him one time, Homer. Come on, go ahead. Oh shit!
Braden
I'm
has
using the wrong account.
Amazing.
I gotta switch my which account has my YouTube Premium. Yes. Little fader. I ain't gonna lie, this shit. This some shit to freestyle to right here. But let's go ahead and make some money. So C-Line, ironically, is really meant for C++ development, but I use it for Rust because it's what my man Tim uses. Although I could install my Rust chain in but I feel like most of my files and everything that I have are gonna be in C-Line. So let me just go ahead and get my tool chain back up. Plus it'll force me to work through some things. All right, yeah, we just gotta get our coding groove. We're just gonna code. Yeah, wait, let me go back. Setup will install C-Line. That's fine. Desktop shortcut. Nope. Update path variable. I don't think I need to do any of this. Restart's needed. I don't know right now. I'm not gonna do it. Create associations. No, I don't want any of those associations. All right. Start menu folder. Get your thing. Do your thing, baby. All right. Now let's go ahead and get. We also want to get Visual Studio. Download. Visual Studio. Community. I'm gonna have to do all this on my new machine. All right, yeah, fine. I'm just get used to doing it. All right, cool. You go ahead, you do that. Yep. Install Visual Studio. And then the other one is Python. And we got Python. All right. I also probably want to transfer over my files, but I'm going to work with new files. We're going to make new files, so I'm not going to transfer over my old files right now. Before you get started, we need to set up a few things so that you can configure your installation. Continue. All right. What is this? Visual Studio, Community. Python development. Man, go ahead. Why not? I might once in a while do Python stuff in here anyway. I don't need any of this. I don't know if I need any of this. I probably don't. Anything I need, I'll probably get. Yeah, I'm not doing any of this right now. I don't think I added any extra tool sets, so let's just go ahead and install it. And I don't even use Python in here right now. Let's fuck it. But yeah, I'm gonna do it because we might do our visualizations in Python, so let's just go for it. It doesn't really matter. We'll be fine either way. Although I actually should have tried to keep it on the lighter side just because I realized I'm not gonna use this machine too much longer, hopefully. All right, let's see what Sea Lion's doing. You're good. Yeah, go ahead, run that Sea Lion, baby. Let me see. Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's turn Homer down even a bit more. Sorry, but I'm still starting the show. All right, sure. I've read the agreement. What kind of sucker does a thing like that? Data sharing, don't send. Love that graphic. Exit that. Wait, what the? Why would you not? What? Let me ask myself a question here. Did I buy Sea Lion? Definitely did not buy Sea Lion. What's the... I did have an educational license. All right, hang on a sec. Let me pull up C-Line on my other machine and see what my license is. I have it on the streaming computer. Just give me a minute here. Settings. Manage licenses. License to me for educational use. Yeah. Activate new license. What does that mean? All right, maybe there's a sign-in or something. Let me see. Oh, get license from JB account. Yeah, log in that. All right, I have no idea what this stuff is. Let's put myself on camera. I have no idea what my JetBrain account is. That can't be it. Let's try a couple things. Let's try logging in with the Google account, see if that does it. Oh, it said it was successful. Activate. Continue. Oh, we're good. That worked. All right. Premium IDE. Educational academic life benefits. All right. Launch. All right, let's sign in. Wait, do I have an account? Oh no, let's see. Do I want to use it? Do I really want to use my MSU account? No, because it's gonna make me sign in through the university. Yeah, hell to the no. Nope. I don't even remember my university password. No, I don't want to do. No, I hate Michigan State University. I'm just not even. I ain't gonna lie to you. What code? Which one? Oh, the blue. I kind of like the blue one. We was rocking with that one. You know, try not to be cute with the dark. Go blue. Just go blue. Let's do it. Let's get it. Ooh. I don't like this. This looks like dog shit. But all right, we'll get to that. We're gonna start there in a sec. All right, close the installer. You could get up out of my face. You could get up out of my fleece. All right, gang. We've got a bunch of stuff going. Actually, we're gonna. Ooh, let's think about our Python workflow. I think we want to code our Python actually on the Windows side. Let's go look at some files. I'm gonna tell y'all what we're about to get to in a second. Let's just find our Python shit and we'll be ready to go. All right, so let's go D drive. All right, so I don't see any programming on here, which tells me, well, one, we haven't started coding on here. All right, so let's just go see if there is on WSL. This will tell us something. let's just go back to our home directory, ls. Yes, we have a programming directory. Let's go in there. Yeah, we got Python shit. It's that. Yep, and that's all stuff from our crash course. Let's cd into that. ls. I don't know. That looks like some other Mage stuff that got in there. But yeah, that looks like I didn't keep up. But that looks like I changed over probably to some Windows Python programming. But I don't give a fuck. I think what I should do is probably work with the Python I've got going over here. So I'll stay on WSL in terms of where I'm at. So let's get this set up. All right, let's go ahead and let's remove all of the CSV files. Because that looks like those made weird files. I don't know what the hell those are. Remove. Yeah, it doesn't look like anything I need. Remove anything with the CSV extension. All right, now let's say untitled workspace. Let's get rid of everything. Remove. Hang on, let's get rid of this too. We don't want our Mave stuff there. Not working on it right now, don't want it. Open folder. No. Nope. This is how you go up, I guess. Programming, Python, crash. Okay. All right. So now we have a workspace we want to work with. Close all these documents we don't need. Let's get our terminal, in there. Let's close this one. Clear that. All right, we're ready to go. Why does this keep sending me? Oh, I didn't go on the Python. Crash. There. All right. Now, so that's ready to go. C-Line's ready to go, I think. And Visual Studio is ready to go. Let's just create an account. Oh, here. Oh, I have a Microsoft account. Let me see. Sign in. Use another account. Should be under my normal email. Just in fact public. Alright. Alright, send me a code. Let's pull up my email. Pain in my ass. Oh, nope, there it is. All right. Quick email check while I'm here. Alright, Maria's giving a what tomorrow? A prelim presentation? Alright, that I'll show up for. Let me put this on my schedule for tomorrow. I probably already have it on my calendar because it's a lab meeting. Let's make sure I just get a reminder for that. I'm setting an alarm. All right, great. All right, let's put that account in. All right, I actually did go ahead, get a signed individual studio code. All right, let's get the book up. Oh, there we go. That looks a lot better. All right, let's go into control. Let's hit our tablet. I don't really want this there. Yeah. All right. So what you guys did it stop broadcasting already? Hang on a sec. All right, so what you guys see right now on screen is my C++ crash course book. And it's just an ebook that I'm using to learn C++. And what we're gonna do in this particular workflow when we're doing this is we're actually gonna try to take what we learn in C++ and we're going to apply it in 3 different languages. We're going to do it in C++. We're going to do it in Rust, which is a kind of progressive, a newer language, and we're going to do it in Python. All right. And we're going to start with this section called Fully Featured C++ Classes. And that's the section of the book we'll start with. I will pop it up once in a while on the screen. I need to do a little bit of work off stream because the app that is streaming it is a little bit unreliable. So I think I need to change the way I'm streaming it or use a different app. I have to play around with that a little bit. It doesn't need to be up on the screen all the time, but because once you guys see the example, it's, there's really nothing else to get from the book, but I do like to put it up there especially when I'm reading from it, so you guys can see what I'm working from. Now, let's talk a little bit why we're doing what we're doing. Those of you that watch me do my coding work extremes with Cliff know that we're working on MABE and some different digital systems. So MABE is coded in C++. Matter of fact, we're going to be working on this, the sort of meat and potatoes of a lot of C++ programming, which is called classes, these fully featured classes. And once you guys learn what that is, and that it's just a data structure, it's a particular way that C++ stores particular data so that you can use them in your programs. You see there the screen mirroring stopped. Like, I didn't tell it to stop. It just stopped on its own. Matter of fact, I might not even pull the tablet back up today because I really don't feel like wrestling with it the rest of the day. It's just going to frustrate me. I got to take care of it. But the reason, so we need to develop in C++ because MABE, Avita, the softwares we use are actually coded in C++ under the hood. The reason we also want to learn Python is a lot of our auxiliary functions, a lot of our data analysis, a lot of our visualization and plotting functions take place in Python. Also, Python is generally just an easier, more well-used, fully featured language for sort of simpler things to do. A lot of my students work with it and stuff like that. And then also it's like what I use. And we also use it to control our experiments. A lot of times we write Python scripts that are used to control experiments, like say on the HPCC and stuff. So Python is always like home base for me. It's the first language I got, pretty familiar with. And I try to make sure I know how to translate problems and solutions into Python. And then Rust is sort of the language I want to learn. It's fast, it's really powerful, it's got an ever-growing user base. It's believed to be really powerful for scientific research and big data processing, and people believe it's, the way to go for a lot of the type of work we do. So I'm hoping to rewrite some things, and when I get to like making my own brains, developing my own code bases, maybe even rewriting something like MABE or something like that, I hope to be able to do it in Rust, and hopefully gain some performance advantages. So that's the motivation for doing this the hard way, which is learning these, developing in these three languages at the same time, because we're really frustrating ourselves here, right? Because we're going to be learning to do something in C++ and then going to Rust and Python where literally things don't work that way, and then having to do something else. So it's really bad, because it's really important to learn a language in what we call an idiomatic way. Like, you do things a certain way when you're programming a certain language, because that's how that language is designed to operate. But this is a really useful way to learn idiomatic programming, because you don't often understand these things until you get into these weeds. So what's an example? Python doesn't really use the class construct the same way that Rust or C++ does. And so you have to do your functional programming differently. And so this is how you kind of learn these challenges. That way I'm a more fully functional and conversant programmer, more broadly speaking. The other interesting thing we're doing is we're using multiple IDEs, integrated development environments. We'll be using Python. We'll be using VS Code for our Python. We'll be using CLion for Rust. And we'll be using VS Code for C++. Now, this is another interesting choice, but it's made for practical reasons. I love VS Code. It's free. It's the first IDE I learned to use. I customize it a lot. It's my sort of daily driver in terms of IDEs, and it's free and it's wonderful. It's also why I use it for Python. It's sort of what I'm most comfortable in. But I do believe a lot of my developer friends, when they share with me that there's, good reasons that they use some of these other IDEs that are also really nice and really powerful. My friend Tim, who got me to start using Rust, develops in Sea Lion, something he always has provided to him by his employers. So I'm also learning my Rust in Sea Lion. It gives me a chance to get some help from my friend Tim when I need it. And then I'm also, and then Cliff, who is helping me with my C++ and Mabe, does his development in VS Code. So we're mimicking the workflows as well as the particular programming languages. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I realize I just did a big long work session and stream and stuff, and I need to eat. I just started to feel not well, which is fine. I got all this going. We'll get back to work in a minute. I'm gonna take a quick break so I can use the restroom and grab myself a snack, and we'll chill for a little bit while I have this meal. I was gonna play this like Otangelo video, but I don't know how much I really want to deal with that today. So we'll see if there's something else on. Actually, I know what to do. There's been a couple new episodes of Gin and Truth. So let's holler at Uncle Bobby for a little bit. Yeah, fuck it. We can just pick up where we left off here. We're in the middle of the episode. Uncle Bobby's waxing about Christians having it easy and responding to some of their questions. This is the latest episode of Gin and Truth. Link in the description. And don't forget to tune in on Sundays to watch me and Uncle Bobby at 1 p.m. Eastern host the Blackout together. I'll be right back, gang. Just got to grab some foods.
Anymore, because you don't want the answer. You do not want the answer. You just don't. Because if you were that hungry for knowledge, for the 1 trillionth time, there's an entire branch of science called sociology. It's called the study of human beings. If you wanted the real answer, you would find a sociologist. But you don't want the answer. So you're going to ask a dumb bastard like me. Right? Sociology was not my major. I get but here's my answer. From my mom and dad, from their mom and dad, from the communities around me. And yes, there are communities that don't agree with me, right? I think that I'm good to go. Be it I'm black or whatever. That Klansman over there doesn't think I'm good to go. And you know what? We have what we like to call a good old-fashioned disagreement. Now, as long as he keeps his monkey ass over there, you can, I don't care. Step to me, we got a problem. Now, we're either going to handle this with words or we're going to handle it with some of these. I'm going to let you make that choice, Mr. Klansman. It's just that simple, right? I get my sense of right and wrong from what was instilled to me with the community around me. And yes, fuckface, yes, I'm very well aware that there are communities out there that don't agree with me. Now, we can either work to come to an agreement or we can work to respect each other's space. You just say and believe that shit way the fuck over there, like maybe Christians to stay off my goddamn driveway. Or we can, they just shut the fuck up. You guys don't want this answer. That's why I say you should stop asking. Roll the tape. What does he say? No, I get it from my good enough for me. What evidence would persuade you that God exists? I've got no clue, and it's not my job. Christians, you don't understand the order of stuff, do you? You made the claim that God exists. Define and demonstrate and prove it to me. That's it. I'm not making the claim. So it's not my job to tell you what it would take. It's not my job. Mainly because I have no idea what you are talking about. Christians, you love to do this one. What would it take? What would it take? I don't know. I don't know. Because I don't know what you're talking about. I just don't. How many of you guys, if I say long 7, do you know what long 7 is? Do you guys have any idea what long 7 is? You know who knows what long 7 is? Practitioners of Hung Gar Kung Fu. Now, if I just go up to you and I ask you, there's a lay person on the street, as smart as fuckface that you guys haven't subscribed, have you? You still haven't done it. You still have not done it. How many times do I have to tell you guys to sit there and subscribe at Pocket Locker 86? The dude is in possession of the greatest intro in the history of YouTube, and you haven't done it. You want to know why? I told you, because you're a bad fucking person. Now, in that 30-second little fucking diatribe, you guys want to know what happened? The fuckface was sitting there like he was on the Nebuchadnezzar and shit, right? And so he's just sitting there in the fucking thing, and fucking Neo comes up behind his Neo. Then Morpheus puts a little plug right there. And I've got a PhD in fuckfaceology. It's just that fast. That's how smart this fuckface is. Go on his channel, and you subscribe, and you tell him that Uncle Bobby sent you. Now, where the fuck was I? I forgot the fucking question. Are we still on right and wrong? Well, I don't even know. Just subscribe to Bundy's fucking channel. Let's just move on. Why are you against the idea of faith? You know what? Legit question. This is why I'm against faith. Isn't it? So, God, who told me this? Was that you, MK? I think it was Voltaire. I knew the quote. I didn't know who said it. If you can get people to believe in the absurd, you can get them to commit the atrocious. That's why I don't like faith. And also, faith is just lying. I have faith, Robert, that a teenage girl got pregnant with no sexual intercourse. No, you don't. What?
Now, I don't know if you guys realize this, but in just that time, as I went to wash my hands and pour myself a bowl of cereal, I literally just got 2 more PhDs. I just, quickly pissed out another PhD, washed my hands, and then as I was pouring myself a bowl of cereal, I was like, boom, another PhD, fuckfaceology. I don't know how Uncle Bobby knew I was about to get my PhD in fuckfaceology, but I did, in fact. So appreciate the shout out, and yeah, y'all should subscribe to Gin and Truth, man. Fuck is wrong with you?
Well, I just have faith in that, Robert. You're lying. You're a 55-year-old
the link is in the description.
Woman.
How easy can I make it for you?
I know exactly how they got pumped into your stomach. Give me a break, right? The faith of a Christian in the United States is dangerous. That's why I'm an anti-theist on top of being an atheist. The faith of a Christian, and no, this is not uniquely Christian, but the majority of it is what makes people vote for senators and congressmen and governors and lieutenant governors who sit there and tell people with the ability to get pregnant, we are going to control your meat. Every single state where we have passed these draconian anti-choice laws, just about every governor got up and said the same thing. This is a victory for God. So if you want to know why it is I'm against faith, it's for that shit right there. Roll the tape. Dude, how's your 50 questions on this? Well, we don't agree on that one, Messianic. What is, stop. What is this question? Come on. Why do you attack Christians? Okay, pause the tape. I don't like the wording. Why do I attack Christians? I don't. I defend myself against Christians. That's exactly what it is I tell the women in my self-defense classes who are sitting there. And again, you may be shocked, gang, or you may not. I would probably say in 65% of the cases that I have to work with in a calendar year, those things, I have to give them permission to hurt somebody. It's like, well, I mean, isn't that bad, Robert? Like, he's trying to rape you. If you can get one of his testicles in your hand, you squeeze, you pull, and you twist. If you can get a thumb in his fucking eye socket, you eye gouge the shit out. Well, Robert, isn't that bad? Aren't I attacking him? No, you are not. You are defending yourself. There's a difference. That's exactly how I feel about this. I don't attack Christianity. I defend myself against it. Again, that's why I won't have Christians on this show to debate them. I won't. Right? I already know what you're going to say, and I think it's sitting on some bullshit. I don't attack Christians. I defend myself against their beliefs. Again, do you want to know how many non-Christian groups? Again, I told you, that fucking group, they sit there with their signs. And when I'm at the stoplight, they put, is there any of my personal information on this one? No. They put, their sign literally up against my window of my fucking car to tell me I'm going to go to hell if I don't believe as they believe. But some way, somehow, I'm attacking that dude when I say, get your monkey ass away from my car. Again, that ties into the very first topic. Me telling him to get the fuck away, me raising my voice, now they get to go back and say I was persecuted. No, I don't like the wording. I do not like the wording. I don't attack. I defend myself. Roll the tape. We may have to break this up, gang. The next question. Why do you hate Christians? I don't. Just like you guys say, love the sinner, hate the sin. I feel the exact same way. But again, Christians, you can answer every single last one of these questions if you just turn it around and answered it yourself. Did I say that right? Who gives a shit? Back on topic. Love the Christian, hate the Christianity. I don't hate you. I wish you'd leave me the fuck alone. But just because you're a Christian, no, I don't hate you. What's the next one? Why do you mock and scoff at Christians? Wow, this is a real tie into the first one. Because they're mockable beliefs. That's why. Some fuckface with the wooden staff pulled a Gandalf. Ye shall not pass. And the entirety of the Red Sea split in half. That's a mockable belief. Oh, you think I'm bullshitting? Hindus think that angels are blue. How many Christians right now? Muslims believe that some fuckface jumped on the back of Pegasus, rode it up to the moon, he took out his dick, karate chopped that shit smooth in half. Christians, you mock at that belief. You think it's ridiculous. Ganesh has an elephant's head. How many Christians just, everyone knows that the one true Savior came out of the vagina of a virgin, an elephant's head? Shut the fuck up. I mock your beliefs because they are very mockable. Roll the tape. How is this 50 questions, gang? Why do you want to stop people? Why do I want people to stop believing in God? I don't. Believe what you want to believe. Think what you want to think. But when you say what you want to say, you have to know your audience. Again, just like when you post on social media, I now get to see it. Right? I don't want you to stop, but I also want you to grow up and be mature and be an adult and realize when you say something, it's up for criticism. When you threaten me, I'm going to respond to your threat. Right? So again, believe whatever you want to believe. I don't care. It's not a joke, gang. When I tell you I think Brussels sprouts are fucking disgusting, and no, it's not because I haven't tried your Brussels sprouts, because as long as it's made out of a Brussels sprout, I fucking hate your Brussels sprouts. I do. Just don't put it on my plate. Eat all the Brussels sprouts you want. Now, when you barge into my house and say you have to have Brussels sprouts with your steak, now we're going to have a problem. So no, do whatever the fuck you want. But so far, as long as your beliefs make you do shit that I don't approve of, yeah, now I get to eat. I'm going to talk on it. Roll the tape. I just belch. # unprofessional. God damn, how many Belgians? Hashtag I'm perfect. Oh, wait. Why do you give Muslims a pass? I already told you. I don't. I don't give Muslims a pass. I just don't talk about them because they leave me alone. So again, that's a very common one, right? What, are you afraid of Islam? No. I'm not afraid of any religion. I just don't believe any religion. But I don't fuck with them because they don't fuck with me. Christians, you fuck with me. So now I get to talk about your monkey ass. Roll the tape. Why do you pretend to have all the answers? Holy shit. I've actually gotten that one before. Do you think you're smarter than me just because you're an atheist? Why do you pretend to have all the answers? What do I constantly tell myself, gang? Talk about myself. The brain damaged C student. Do you guys know what a concussion is by definition? Brain damage. You have literally bruised your gray matter. Again, I played ball. You think I'm bad? My dad's generation was even fucking worse. My dad's generation, my generation, we literally did not know what a concussion was. You did it. For you old school football players, some of y'all are about to giggle. Got your bell rung. You guys remember that one? Getting your bell rung was the time honored. Normally it happened in practice. 99% of all bell ringings happened in practice. And you got this dude, and the coach is holding him up by his face mask, which is the worst thing to do, by the way. He's having to support himself just by the flimsy neck muscles that are left. He's blurry, and he's sitting there like, Jonathan, what is your name, Jonathan? You're like, Rebecca? And you're like, oh, it was a human name, close enough. And we laughed. That's a concussion. He went right back to practice, but that's a concussion. We didn't know that back then. And when I say C student, as my voice just cracked, I'm not joking. Gang, I made C's from the moment I enrolled in elementary school to the moment I got out of college. I told you, you cannot have a lower GPA and call yourself a college. You can't. You can't. If you had 1 decimal less than me, you were not permitted to walk the stage. I'm a brain damaged C student by definition. I constantly tell you, I don't know. I don't know. But my ignorance on the topic, my ability, my willingness to admit that I don't know intellectually in my perspective makes me better than you. Because now I'm willing to go and look for that answer. Christians, I asked you the same question. How old's the earth? 6,000 years old. No, it's not. Well, I read it in the Bible. Well, the Bible doesn't mean shit. You're persecuting me. Again, I don't know. There's a whole bunch. What else do I always say? I sweat for a living. Don't ask me shit. But that ignorance is what allows me to go forward and pick up new information. You guys understand that 10 years ago, I was on the exact opposite side of this discussion? Again, I'm not bullshitting. Look at that Bible. It's got my name on it. That's how big of a Christian I was. Then I took in new information and I changed. So no, this whole bullshit that why do you pretend to have all the answers? Again, Christians, these aren't questions for us. These are questions for you. You guys pretend to have all the answers. And usually it's just one size fits all bullshit, fantasy, God. So much, in fact, that again, you guys trespass on the most sacred of all topics. If there is no God, what was wrong with the Holocaust? If there was no God, what's wrong with rape? If there is no, that is your answer for literally everything. So much, in fact, and I've told you this before, I've always said it in jest, then I heard Jacqueline Glenn say it, that it happened in reality. I always joked and said, if a dog took a shit, a Christian would make God responsible for that shit. And then someone actually broke down the process of a dog eating and it going through the digestive system and coming out of its rectum. So again, you guys pretend to have all the answers, not us. Roll the tape. We're not making it through this. I'm going to have a stroke. Oh, stop. Why do you claim to be skeptical when you are unwilling to change your mind? Like I said, we're not making it through this. This is just projection at this point. Fuckface, I did change my mind. That's why I'm an atheist when I was a former Christian. Right? I used to not drink, believe it or not. Now I think the shit is delicious. I mean, just give me a break. True story, gang. So I remember a message from my grandmother. I remember telling one person this at work, and I got so upset from her response, I've never said it again. Because you guys got to understand the context. My grandmother was raised in the early 1900s in a small town in Louisiana. Now, if that didn't make your booty hole clench up, you're either not an American from the South, or you're Generation Z or whatever the fuck is new today. When your only interaction with white people is either emotional or physical violence, yeah, you may say some shit like this. But I remember my grandmother, what was it? Direct quote, let me make sure I got it right. White people are a low-down, dirty type. The type that would stab their own mother in the back for $1. I never hugged a white girl, kissed one, made out with one. Never had sex with a white girl until I was 40 years old. True story. Because I remember it was after my divorce. And it was just those weird moments where my parents just showed, was like, you're having a hard time. I was like, yeah, I'm having a hard time. And I remember I walked my dog with my dad. And really long story short, I was like, dude, I'm fucked. I mean, I'm not ready to date now, but, you know, I live in Austin. Austin at the time was about 6% black. Now cut that in half, 3% are women. Of the 3% of those women, how many of them are married? Asexual. Gay. What are my dating odds now, Dad? I mean, holy shit. And I'll never forget, my dad was the one. I was 40 years old. And he said, it's real simple, boy. If you like her and if she likes you, if you respect her and if she respects you, who gives a shit? My dad, in that one statement, took 40 years of mental and emotional conditioning and just threw it out the trash. Like, this is just a crude outer shell, right? Who that person is on the inside, that's who that person is. Now, I always say, I will date someone who will date me back. It's just that fucking simple. My point is, I took in new information and I changed. That's all I've done. And I've said it before. On my gravestone, I want it to read, here lies the world's biggest hypocrite. In other words, I want to be taking in so much new information that I want to be constantly changing about shit. Now, here's just some shit I'm not going to change. If you eat pepperoni on pizza, you're a communist sack of shit. If you root for the Atlanta Falcons, I do not know who hurt you. If you roll the toilet paper from the under versus the over, I don't know what kind of demonic, dark-hearted, fucking non-Christian household your monkey ass was raised in, but you are beyond help, right? But everything else, I'm willing to take in new information and change. We're not making it to this tape. You claim to be skeptical when you're unwilling to change your mind. So says the person who will not let it go that some way, somehow, the person who loves me but hurts me is the ultimate form of love. No. Again, when God does it, you're a good Christian. When Frank does it, you call 7th degree Seagung Robert Reed and you sign up for self-defense lessons. Roll the tape. We're not making it through this. This is some bullshit.
All right, let's get back to this. Sorry, guys, I do not have a fucking scheduling kink. If you want me, come find me and gather. Boy, I just have like 2 other meetings to set up this week, and I gotta be honest, the way people schedule shit just drives me up a fucking wall. I don't share the same anxieties with people. I'm busy. I don't want to have 5 emails to schedule a fucking hour meeting. It's fucking ridiculous. Here's my thing. Are you available this time? Can you fill out my, like, oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. I think the truth is I just don't like people. I have a very select list of people that I want to interact with, and I don't want to be bothered otherwise. All right, let's see. We're going to create a new project. Which program is this? We're in C++, perfect. We're going to go with, no, none of that. Blank, with nothing in it. We're going to call it fully featured classes. This is section, I think it's 218. Hold on, guys. All of these examples have numbers, so I make sure they correspond to the book. All right. Methods. Hang on a sec. Fully featured classes. Let me go back before. I'm going to do I guess I'll do the one before. No, the one before is a union. I've done that. All right, we're just going to go with 219. Yeah. All right. And then 220. Yeah, so we're not even at the keyword yet. All right, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Because we'll talk about access controls and shit. All right. Yeah. I said I'll start from fully featured classes, so we'll go 219. All right. Let's go 2_19. This tells us really what it's going to be, right? And then we call it. I'm just going to call it struct comparison for right now. Actually, we'll do this classes underscore struct comparison. We'll do that. That's a name for it. Let's figure out where it goes. It's a good ass question. All right, let's see. Actually, I want this all on my data drive. Programming. New folder. Delete that. I didn't want to make a shortcut. Let me put the lo-fi back on. All right. All right, new folder. Always make a folder called Crash. I know that from my Crash course. All right, select that folder. It's deprogramming. See, now what this will do is it'll make sure all my files are on my storage disk, but not my operating system drive, but also that they're not on a remote drive. All right, so let's just hit create. All right, now this will be it's an empty solution, so it's got nothing in it. Okay, that's fine. So we'll want to start from nothing. So we'll want to we want to add a new item. It's been a minute. We want a piece of C++ code. We could go with the class object. We don't want to do that. Installed. No, we want to generate a. Do we have to add a project in here? I wonder if I actually should have added in the C++ development tools. Because I'm kind of used to going over here and it being like, oh, do you want to add a new C++ thingy-mabobber? Let's try something else. Let's say new project. Yeah, because you're not even giving me options. All languages. Yeah, I feel like I don't have my C++ file types. All right, no problem. This is what I'm here to figure out today. Just gotta remember that so I don't get super frustrated. All right, let's do the damn thing. Before you get started, we need blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't care. Modify. Give me some C++ desktop development. And what does this do? I don't think I need these. But let's do it anyway. Nah, because it's gonna go way up crazy. Yeah, do this. Before we get started, close it, retry. All right, yeah, AR's never been put on the leash. What about the rest of you? Some of you I'm hoping to put on a leash. You should know who you are by now. But yeah, I want to hear if anybody was put on a leash growing up. I would love to hear of a person of color actually being put on a leash growing up as a child. That would be some funny shit too. Sneaking suspicion that's a lot less common. All right. Now, the other thing I'm going to do, actually, is I think while I'm doing this, I'm going to go ahead and zip up some of my programming files from my other computer and bring them over. Because I'm definitely not going to be doing them over here, so might as well bring it over. Let me see, should be up here, quick access, no. Oh, you know what? I think I maybe put it on the D drive over here. D, programming. Made batch Avita Python. Oh, I didn't put C++ stuff in here. Oh, I bet you it's all in the programs directories. That's not good. All right, I'm gonna just leave it alone. I don't really think I'll need any of it. Yeah, I was one of them kids you only had to tell once too. Like, I don't understand. Man, there's something going on with your kid. Oh, that shit was funny though. AR, how are you feeling? All right, how are we gonna do this struct in Rust? Let's look at that. See, I think I'd like my Rust examples. Let me see. Hang on, I got an example over here. I might have my Rust examples. Programming, those I actually might want if I could find them. Let's see. Nope, they're not there either. Where? Avita, Batch, made in Python. That's not what I'm looking for. Oh, let me open the program real quick. I'll open C-Line. It'll show me where I put all that shit. I just realized that. The kid has ears on their head. It doesn't seem to help them listen. They just think they're cute. Little decorations. Yep. C users BundyJS, C Lions project, Rust projects crash. Yeah, abusers BundyJS, C Lions project. All right, let's go get those. They'll be helpful. We'll have some more code examples. It'll help in Rust and Python. All right, C users. BundyJS, C Lion projects. Yeah, let me just go ahead and zip all of these. Add to C Lion projects.zip. Perfect. Go ahead, zip them up. Oh, it's not going to take long. Doesn't take long. Moving right on through. Almost done. Beautiful. Now, let's get myself a Discord channel and drop them in here. I'm trying to transfer these files to myself right now. All right, let me get my Python files while I'm at it. Yeah, they're all in here. All right. This will save us a lot of time. And then I think I can just drag this here. Boom. All right, cool. Send those both. All right, now let me pull up my Discord over here. Don't do this thing today. Sometimes this computer literally won't open my Discord. Feeling like one of those days. I don't understand this for the life of me. All right, just y'all see this shit, right? It's like, nah. Still nothing. I think I had it open too early. I probably just shouldn't have closed it. Alright. I can't have anything easy today. Nothing easy today. Nothing. Nothing and no one wants to make my life easier today. Nothing easy today. Nothing. All right, so these are all my Python files. Let me get them actually over to the same place where these other files are. Let's go Python, crash, fix precision. Because these, I'm sure, is the updated one. Yeah, see, this has all the other examples. Holy shit, I went all the way to 220. Yeah, okay, all right, cool. So yeah, we want all this for sure. I actually just want to move all this over. So let's just go ahead. Oh, those are examples for my student. I don't want that. And the shape made function. Yeah, give me that too. Why not? I had a lot of fun with that one. All right, let's get in there. That's how we were messing with the made shape mating function. All right, cool. I feel like I'm getting back up and running. All right, there's my code. Let's go. All right, let's go ahead and get these Rust projects put somewhere. Yeah, this is where we want. That's on our WSL system. Let's close that out. All right, now let's get our Rust projects going. Let's get in here and tell C-Line. Now, C-Line just, you know what? C-Line lets me manage projects the way I want to, I think. So let me go ahead and set that directory up. So go ahead, go to the D drive again, programming, everybody else's. Let's get a new folder called Rust. Oh, whoa, never mind. I have my C-Line project right here, so let's delete that. Let's just, yeah, we're just gonna work from here. We already have our Rust projects. Crash, here's everything. Perfect. I even did the unions example. All right. Did I find my VS Code examples? Man, let me go ahead and get my C++ examples while I'm at it. That'll force me to do some file management like I just did with those. I'm gonna open VS Code on my other thing. I'm also gonna put myself on a timer so I take a reasonable break. Let me go ahead, 25 minutes and then we'll take a break. Go ahead, 25 on the clock. I haven't put my timer on. Go ahead. Give me a timer. Why is my timer not lighting up the bubble? There, sorry. Oh, there we go. All right, let me, I gotta open up Visual Studio on my old machine. This is what I didn't do. This is why I just been waiting to get my. I'm gonna have to go through all this again. It's just not gonna take too long. It'll take me an afternoon, as you see. But yeah, I was all doing all this on my other computer, and it started acting up, and it pissed me off because I had so much development workflow, and I didn't want to transfer it all over. But I got to take advantage of the rest of the semester. I got to get up and going. I can't wait for my machine anymore. I'll just do it over again when they get here. I'll still be faster, having got up and running. Where's the... All right, so here's Visual Studio Code. Let me go ahead and, let me close this down so that they don't get too crazy. All right, let me see what my examples are. C, users, BundyJS, source, repos. Wow. Okay. They're in a weird place. C, users, BundyJS, source, repos. I bet you this is where it keeps stuff. Yeah, here's all my crash examples. Yeah, I want all of this. All of it. Okay, yeah. All right, let's 7-zip it. Let me rename the folder. What do I want to name it? I kind of want to keep it this. I want to rename it. I don't know what to rename it though. Let's just name it C++ projects. I don't know. VS projects. Now I just gave it a longer name. It sucks. Oh, look, let's just zip it up, move it. We'll do it later. All right, zipping it up. Yeah, I'm happy now. I found all my code. I'm glad I did that. I was just gonna use all new files, but this makes me feel better to find my code base and utilize all that code I worked hard on. All right, and man, we're gonna have to get moving through this book because, yep. All right, and we'll drop those through Discord as well. Pick them up. I don't know if I picked them up over here. Yeah. Download it. All right, same deal. I just want to close this tab, but all right, now let's close that. Same deal. We have downloads and we have C++ projects. Let's see how I'm going to do on this. I'm going to go into this. Yeah, see, I'm going to go programming. Here's what we should do. I should do a new folder. We should do a folder called Rust. Or this almost makes me think I should organize these by IDE. But I don't think that way. So let's just do it this way. Let me think of what makes more sense. I do think it makes more sense to go by IDE right now. So let's do that. Let's do... Or I should do the project types within the languages. All right, it's kind of annoying. Yeah, but I get that. That makes sense. All right, so let's do this. Sea Lion projects, Rust projects. Cut those. Go to Rust. New folder, Sea Lion. Paste. Oh, that feels gross. It's like they all, everybody's organizing shit a bit differently. So I have C++ projects in here, but I don't have anything in here. Untitled, I shouldn't really have anything in here. Let's delete that. And Python projects, yeah, that's empty too. All right, so let's just get rid of this then. Delete. Let's go to Rust. Don't even do that. Just cut, crash. Go Rust. Crash. Boom. Programming, Rust, crash. That's what I want. I want everything crash. Python, crash. C++, crash. Okay, so to make that happen now, go to downloads, refresh it. Give me my VS Code, VS Project repos. This. Uncompress. Extract here. Alright. And then take all of this. Cut it and put it in here. Perfect. So now this is how I like this organized. I'll get rid of these for now. We'll make updated ones. Where I go, I just go to D, programming, C++, crash, everything's there. Programming, Python, crash, everything's there. Programming, Rust, crash, everything's there. All right, now the stuff I've been doing with Cliff is actually in D, work notes, Mabe. No, that's the one we want. All right, but where did... Oh, that shit's on WSL. I just want to make sure I didn't get rid of my, the work stuff I need. Let me, yeah, you can just check it here. CD, again. Maybe. Yeah, this is entire isolated system. And then we go, all right, we have plots. There we go. Perfect. Okay. And all that other shit. All right, nice. CD back to home. CD programming. We're gonna go back in Python. I'm just gonna move Python and Python. CD in the Python. Yeah, now everything's up in there. Looking great, looking great. So I should be able to refresh this. Uh-oh. Did I delete that? All right, let's remove it. Let's open a folder. Up, 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 up. Yeah, no, I want you to go. Oh, you know what? I put this on the Windows side. Weird. No, I didn't. What did I do with this? Ah, yes. All this stuff now. Oh, I did move it all to WSL. But you know what? This Python stuff should be... I actually kind of want to delete it, but hang on a sec. Let me get this pulled up first. Python. Crash. Okay. Yeah, and this is still, okay. All right, glad we didn't delete it. All right, boom, crash. Let's do this. Explore.exe here. Oh, all this stuff's not in crash. I see what's going on. I see. I got it. Take all this, move it here. And it automatically update it. Replace. I don't know if I should have done that, but that's okay. I should have skipped them, but that's all right. All right, so now I have my crash stuff all here. Nice. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Oh, I'm excited. How much? What's on the clock? All right, we got 12 minutes. Let's get it. Let's see how much more we can get everybody else up. All right, Python is ready to work. Let me have a little fun here. Let me see if my hotkey. Oh, I do have a hello world. I was like, let me see if I have a hello world. There's a hello world. Nope, that's not working. Control Shift Alt Enter. Control Shift Alt Enter. I need to run this program hotkey. Oh, I might have that on Windows and not WSL. Let's see. Run. Man, there's a command palette. Python. Why are you acting like you don't have Python commands? Oh, this is weird. All right, now you've got Python going. Oh boy. Oh, it's almost like I gotta get Python extensions in here. Because maybe I'm on Ubuntu? Yeah, alright. Let's get it going. What does this one have? IntelliSense, Django, IntelliCode, Jinja, Indent. That's all probably in here. Gotta do that too. Alright, let's see what we can do. Command palette, view the command palette. Let's see if we have some Python commands in there. There we go. Alright, now one of these should be run the current Python file. Run Python file in terminal. It printed hello world. See that? Did it again. Let's do it again. Command palette, Python, boom, did it again. Hello world. All right, so now what we want to do is, sorry, it's loud. We want to assign a shortcut to that so that I can do that with a keyboard shortcut. It's really important to me. I'll show you why when we do it. Command palette. I don't know what I got to do. I haven't done this in a while. Let's see, keyboard shortcuts. Let's go Python. Python run Python file in terminal. I think it used to be Alt-Shift-Enter. All right. Let's try it. Alt-Shift-Enter. Nope. Didn't do that right. Keyboard shortcuts. Alt-Shift-Enter. Enter that. Yeah, all right, that did it. Now, that's really important because now what it allows me to do is I could just be like up here. I don't have to, what I normally have to do is you'd have to go up to this, right? You'd have to go up to here. You got to go, view, command palette. Sometimes you type in Python or hit this to use so that it runs that recently used command. Or you do what we would do, which is you got your file name in here. So you go Python 3. And start typing in the name, maybe get some, is Hello World not in, what? Oh, it's crash_1.1. Sorry, I named it something weird. See, you got to deal with the name, then you go crash 1. All right, hello world, right, boom. And then you can do that and it'll run it. All right, but this is now easy. Now it's just a keyboard shortcut. Alt-Shift-Enter, and it quickly runs my files. All right, so now we can go in here and check, for instance, one of our examples, like here, where we've got this, I don't look like we have anything in there. We got code here. I don't even know what it does. Let's run it. Boom. See, it runs it. We'll get into what this code does in a bit, but everything runs fine. All right, so now we're good. We know our Python toolchain is ready to go. Let's go ahead and see what's up with our VS Code thing. Visual Studio install. Think we've got that taken care of. Let's go ahead and close it for now. Just go ahead and pop it open again. All right, now we're going to say create a new project just for right now. Here we go. Looks like we've got some more. Yeah, this is what I'm used to. C++ stuff popping up. Yeah, lots of stuff actually now. And then I want something like C++ empty project. Yeah. Not just that regular empty project. This one expects me to do C++. Next. No starting files. Just call it project 1 for now. Oh, also I don't know if that's the right location. Let me check that. Yeah, this is what I expect to see. External dependencies, header files, resource files, source files. And then I would go into source files and I would say add a normally I want a new .c++ new item maybe. Yeah, new item .cpp file. Yeah, okay. Add that. It's gonna ask me to okay, boom. And now you can write C++ code. All right. So that is looking good. I need to get something in here I can run. I normally do. Lord, what does my C++ hello world look like? I wanna let's open something. Let's try to open something that will run. D programming C++ crash. All right, project 1's there. Okay, let's do crash. Is there a crash? I should have done a crash 1_1 hello world here too. Maybe I'll do that. Here's a hello. Let's see what that's about. Can I just open the project? open that. That seems weird. Don't say I don't give a shit about that project. Alright, let's see. Now how do I run? I think it's like Control F5 or something. Build, solution, Control Shift B, project. Local window, debugger. Start without debugging, Control F5. Hit it, see what happens. Uh-oh, there were build errors. Would I like to continue and run the, sure. Cannot find the file specified. All right, yeah, let's do this. Oh, you can't find it. Interesting. Yeah, none of these are gonna build. All right, I got a lot of errors, so I know I can throw errors. That's good. Hey Jay, you can throw some errors, buddy. Let's see if we can get code to actually run. If I can't get a Hello World, I can't even open my hello world.cpp. What the what's up with that? It's really weird. Just Python, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that here. Oh yeah, that's the fucking wrong system here. I don't want that. D, programming, C++, crash. Let's look in here a little bit. Crash. Is this the same thing? Don't look like it. I'm also not gonna run. It ran. Okay. Exited with code 0. Press any key to continue. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. It's just a main function. It declares a bunch of variables and returns a 0. I should try to get it to print something to the console. Oh, that was the timer. I got to remember when that thing goes off, that's the timer. All right, so we go over here. I'm showing you guys how to use the Pomodoro technique. We'll click a 5-minute break. So we just did a 25-minute thing. We'll take a 5-minute break. Y'all know what that means. In our land, that's 5-minute smoke break. But let's keep it fun. Just show you, there's all sorts of different stuff we could do with something like this, but let's go ahead and get a few, let's hit a little Uncle Bobby break. Uncle Bobby intermission.
Change your mind. Yeah. Okay, Messianic, we're kind of on the same page. What's next up? Okay, God, I feel the spirit that even though we're not many in number, and some of you are watching later, I could feel currently that some of you are still not subscribed to Uncle Bobby. And do you see how I had to interrupt my precious 5-minute break to remind you to subscribe to Gin and Truth on YouTube? This is why I think you're a terrible person. This is objective, verifiable, provable evidence that you not subscribing to Uncle Bobby, Gin and Truth on YouTube, link in the description, is impacting the lives of others. My 5-minute breaks don't come very often, and I need them. And I gotta waste like a whole fucking minute just to impress upon you how upset I am that you still haven't subscribed to fucking Uncle Bobby. Stop being a terrible goddamn person and subscribe to this man. Why do you go after Christian museums What was that? Gang, this is just the same shit on repeat. I'm about to belch.
Hashtag unprofessional.
I didn't belch. Okay. Why do you go...
Uncle Bobby, I don't give a fuck. You know what? From now on, interrupting the broadcast because you think you're going to belch, but you don't belch. A belch false alarm is also hashtag unprofessional. You don't ever watch them. You don't ever see them on CNN like, hang on, I'm about to belch. Oh, false alarm. Oh, I think I got a cough. Mute button. Oh, wait, I didn't have to cough. Unmute. No. Hashtag unprofessional.
After Christian museums. Oh, God. Christians, you can't be this stupid. Apparently,
don't be
like
so
Ken
sure.
Ham's Ark experiment or whatever the fuck adventure is telling the... Why are you going after them for telling the truth? Christians, you're making me sick to my stomach. There's no truth behind Noah's Ark. Grow up. Okay? I go after the Ken Hams and the Ray Comforts. I have this YouTube channel. Because again, Uncle Bobby's just going to kick the actual factuals. Right? Again, the best way for me to answer this question, probably the 5 extras that I'm willing to do, is to ask yourself the exact same shit except other people's religions. Right? If our laws were based on Islam, holy shit, you Christians will lose your fucking mind. Right? You do not believe for 1 second that Hindus are right, that angels are blue. I've done a discussion with the Christian who laughed at that idea. He mocked their beliefs, right? Again, Christians, if you want to know the atheist answer on these questions, ask yourself first, except go talk about Scientology or a religion that you don't agree with. Roll the tape. Let's get a couple more, gang. This is terrible. Not consistent with the evidence. Okay, all right. We agree on that one, Messianic. How do you claim to be an agnostic and atheist? Okay, legit question. Now again, go debate that shit on Steve McRae's channel. Please go fuck yourself. I'm a grown-ass man and I'm going to define myself. So the question...
I'm with you, UC Love, or AR. Well, both of you. Thanks for being here. But yeah, AR, I'm 100% with that. Yeah, I've been, after long scientific investigation, many readings and deep exploration of many and much content, I have decided that the truth is it didn't happen.
What is that? Oh, how do I call myself an agnostic and an atheist at the same time? Okay. My agnosticism speaks to what I know. I will quote noted historian and philosopher R.N. Ra. If you can't show it, then you don't know it.
Boom.
I love that, so that's why I always say it. Christians, I think, in my opinion, if you were honest, you would call yourself an agnostic theist. Because you don't know.
Right.
Because
you're an agnostic and you don't know, but you believe. I'm an agnostic atheist. I don't know, but I don't believe. It's actually a really helpful classification. And I don't mind the agnostic distinction when it comes to that type of useful determination. What I don't like is when people challenge us like, oh, you can't be an agnostic and an atheist at the same time because your atheism isn't a knowledge claim. Like when they just twist it all up to get their panties in a bunch for no fucking reason over some words, trying to tell us we're not who we say we are. That's what irritates me. All right, let's get back to it. All right, now we got all up in the C++ code. Now let's see if I know a goddamn thing about C++ coding. Those of you following along should know that the answer to this question is likely no. So, but let's give it the good old college try. I should be able to do something like C out, blah, blah, blah. Oh, Lord. Has it been this long? C out. What the fuck does my... See out some shit, some things. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. All right, y'all. Let's get to the internet. C++, see out. Come on, see out and C++. Come on, basic input and output, Jay. Boom. All right, so we do up. I had it going. All right, then we got to get the syntax right. Let's see out. Today is a good day. All right. Okay. It's J Day. All right, boom. How you like that? How you like that? Tell me how you like that. Boom, and that. Now you got to do like a bang include. I always call them include. CSTDIO. I don't know. That might not be the right thing. How you like that? Tell me how you like that. IO stream. Yeah, I think we already. Using namespace standard. All right, here we go. Using namespace std like that. Include. What's the include? IO stream. I want to be like, I don't want to use IO stream. What the fuck is that? Today's a good day. It's J Day. All right. We are up and running, gang. We are successfully printing programming to our terminal. It returns 0, which means it comes through. That's an exit code. It's just something we, by default, tell it to do. It's kind of just a formality. It'll do it on its own if you don't, but we just tell it explicitly at the end of our function, return 0. Get that nice little exit code, and we're good to go. All right, and we do have our Control F5 hotkey here once we get stuff going. All right, so that's rocking and rolling. Let's go ahead and get some Rust going. And then like that, boom, we're up, baby. And this is what I recommend starting, especially if you're like me and you're like not the most advanced programmer, and you're also getting started with different programming. You know, always make sure you've got a good Hello World or something similar. Get your confidence going. Make sure your tool chain's working before you dive into your development. All right, same thing here. Let's open something. No, I don't even want you looking on the C drive, my friend. Go to that D, programming, Rust, crash. All right, let's do something simple here. What's the most simple thing you got? See, I should have done me a 1_1 or a simple hello world up in here. Could always make one. I don't know what the heck's going on up in here. Yeah, this is not good. Object orientation, calculator. Calculator's probably pretty good to go. Yeah, let's just try to see if we get something to run. All right, give me the calculator. Let's say okay. Yep. Untrusted project. All right, open project wizard. Sure. Plugin Rust supporting run configuration. Currently not installed. Rust. Okay. Do it. Do it, baby. Do it. Cargo check on the fly. Analysis is turned off. The analysis shows all problems reported by cargo check, but consumes more system resources when turned off. Only the limited set of problems supported by IntelliJ Rust engine are shown. Okay, configure it. just an external interior? Let's just say apply. Alright, let's see. 3 hours, blase what? Huh? Y'all got code up in here? Y'all got code up in here? Can I see my code? Ooh! Did I write this? Okay. What's in here? Oh yeah, because I think that's a module. Non-modules mean calculator. Modules.rs. I think you just put in here, so tell it I want calculator. That makes it go in there and get calculator. Then the main program is like, hey, all right, I have no idea how to run this code. Run. That doesn't work. That's not how you do this, guys. How do I run this code? Oh, Lord. Why don't I remember how to run code in this damn thing? Run build project? I can't do it. No. Gross. What is that? What's that? No, don't do that. Run. Nope. Not it either. What the hell did I do to run code here? Oh Lord! All right, we're gonna have to do our Rust from the ground up because I don't remember how to do this. All right, let's get to it. Everything else is pretty wavy though, so and at least this code's all here. This won't be too hard. Shift F10. Why don't I know this? Why am I used to seeing this? No, go ahead. What is this? That's not how we did things. Now it's got me worried about that, like if this is that thing. Oh, invalid toolchain, home pocket, cargo. Yeah, I had to do some commands to build my Rust projects. All right, let's get into this Rust shit, y'all. All right, Rust, C-line. Did I do this on, I don't know what I did. If I did this on YouTube, what?
What's up, Rustations? Welcome back to Let's Get Rusty, your #1 resource for all things Rust. If you haven't already, get your free Rust cheat sheet by heading over to letsgetrusty.com/cheat sheet. Now, I get a good amount of comments asking me how I get type annotations in VS Code, or in general, what plugins I use. So in today's video, I'm going over my IDE setup for Rust development. With that said, let's get rusty.
Like that beat.
Now, before jumping into my VS Code setup, another IDE option is an IntelliJ based IDE, with the Rust plugin. Here I've opened up a Rust project in IDEA with the Rust plugin installed. Now by installing this single plugin, you get a great Rust language server, seamless integration with Cargo, and a test runner. In addition, if you're using CLion, you also get a fully fledged debugger and CPU profiler. So if you're already using an IntelliJ-based IDE, then this might be the route you want to take. Personally, I use VS Code because that's the editor I'm familiar with from web development. So let's jump into my VS Code setup next. Here I have the same Rust project opened up in VS Code. Now the first thing we want to do is install a Rust language server. So let's open up the extensions tab and search for Rust.
I need to do probably something like
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's Mike here at Game From Scratch, and today we're going to be checking out CLion. CLion is a cross-platform C and C++ IDE from JetBrains. Now, that name may sound familiar to you. We just covered their Fleet, a recent released lightweight or lighter weight IDE that's meant to compete with the likes of Visual Studio Code. Well, CLion is more about competing with the actual full-fat Visual Studio, or more specifically, Visual C++. The big difference with CLion, though, is that it is cross-platform, so Windows, Mac, and Linux versions. It's very familiar to all of their other IDEs, so if you're coming from, say, a WebStorm or an IntelliJ background, you will be immediately comfortable with the tools. And on top of that, instead of using a proprietary system, their entire build
I think I gotta reinstall Rust or something. Maybe I don't have Rust on here. Yeah, that's probably the deal. I don't think I've ever installed Rust on this machine, guys. Yeah. That's what I was like. I forgot I haven't actually installed Rust on this machine. All right. 64-bit. We could do WSL. You know what? I probably should do WSL because it's kind of the same deal where otherwise I'm going to have to figure out how to translate my code to the HPCC. But at the same time, it's usually not that big of a deal, so I don't know. It's just a file transfer, so I guess it's no big deal either way. I do kind of like WSL though, so we could try it and see what happens. I think for now I'll just go with the regular one. Here, let's do this. Nope. Go to downloads. I'm not gonna resist. See what happens. Let's just say default installation. Ooh. Let's get it. Let's get them both. Fuck it. Get you somebody who can do both. I need to restart my current shell. Okay. This would reload your path environment variable to include cargo bin directory to configure your current shell run. Okay. Let's just do this. Here's code. Then we start it. Don't give a shit. There's anything going on. Let's go back to home. Let's do that. Let's do that. Didn't do anything, just created that file there. Oh, Lord. I think I did it in the wrong directory. I did. It's not really a big deal, but it's kind of annoying. Should have done it there. All right, now let's go back to this. Let's list everything there. I don't see anything. I'm not worried about it. All right, let's. All right, so we did that. All right, and then let's get this guy going. This guy's downloaded there. Same deal. Yeah, I guess you could install the actual program there. It's fine. Did my check-in with the Islamic community live chat for today? Yo, man, more power to you, because I think getting lost in those weeds would just be super frustrating for me. Wait, you said Mike's cutting out the weather report? I didn't know that. Yeah, he might be doing some different stuff. All right, to get started. This would reload it. To get started, you need to restart your show. Reload it. All right, enter key. Oh, I guess they just did it for us. Cool. All right. Now, that's fine. I don't need any of that right now. Oh, that's cool. Hang on a second. Run this real fast. All right. I need to get this going over here in Sea Lion. Let's just say a new project. And did I pick anything from here? I think I would probably say Rust file, right? No. I want a new project. File, give me a new project. New project. What type of project? It's gonna be Rust. Location. Let me fix that. The location would be D. Programming, Rust, crash. That's where you're going to put it. Okay. When do I name it? Don't open. All right, now go to new. And maybe I fucked that up. All right, let's go Rust. Oh, untitled. Yeah, I think that does want the name there. All right, so here, let's do this. Let's say, all right, give me this. All right, try that again. D, programming, Rust, crash, and then I think we make a new folder somehow. New directory. Let's call it Hello World. Say okay. Create. This window, because I want to get rid of that one. Oh, it already starts with that there. All right, perfect. Now let's see about. Oh, we still. I still don't. Well, we did install Rust. I don't know if it's all right. Let's go run it and see what happens. Worst case scenario, it's just not gonna work. Cool. Yeah, I remember that. Right. Didn't add anything through Git. Not worried about that. No cargo projects found. Waiting for file lock. Oh, Lord. The hell does that mean? Run. No. Oh, it's, all right, that's running. You know, if it didn't finish and print by now, it's not doing its thing. What is wrong with you? Waiting for file lock on... Wait, it worked? What was waiting for file lock, bro? Yeah, 6 seconds. No, it's not okay. Bro, homie, that's not okay, Holmes. That's not okay, Holmes. Yeah. Yeah, that's more like it. But okay, you're running. All right. So we're gonna have to get into our structures and sit. Let me see. Depends. It's all about how late do I want to go tonight. I'm down to go another hour. I do have to get to bed early tonight. I'll have to teach tomorrow. Woe is me. All right, let's, I like that. I like that. Tell me how you like that. How you like that. Tell me how you like that. All right, it's just a main with source file, main RS. That's the main function. The main function's just running print line. All right, it's been so long. All right, cool. We're good to go. Yeah. All right. Let's try to open something else right now. Let's see. We've got D programming. Actually, you know what? I have to say open project, open recent. No, it doesn't know. All right, let's see. D programming, Rust, crash. I don't know how simple I made these things. All right.
Because you have failed miserably at showing that your God is real. You just have. So my agnosticism speaks to my knowledge base. My atheism speaks to my belief base. You tell me there's a God, I don't believe you. I don't know if there's a God or not, but I also don't believe the bullshit that you're trying to peddle. So that's how I can call myself an agnostic atheist. Now, again, go to Steve McRae's channel And you can debate that all day long. But I am out of the business of trying to convince people that I'm right about Robert motherfucking Reed. So go over there and debate it. But I just gave you my explanation on why I call myself an agnostic atheist. Roll the tape. Okay, we kind of agree on that one. Why do you reject people's personal beliefs? Why do I reject people's personal belief? Because it doesn't lead to a proof. That's it, right? Argument from personal experience. There's a lady at work and
not even an argument. I'm gonna keep rolling, gang. I can hit this. How do I do this? There's a way to do this. All right. Resume, space, stop, reset, stop. Skip the break. Back into the next sphere. All right. Let me go ahead and just do something really simple. I wonder how simple my for loop thing is. I trust the project. Open it. New window. Crash. Da, da, da. Is there literally nothing in here? Project files? What is in here? Are these? All right, maybe it's empty. Oh, weird. How many of these are this window? Okay, that's better. There's source code. There's the main. Can I see that? Lock of the long now. That's what we want to work with. We have an add year function. Yep. Logic flavonoids, run it. What's the run thing? Shift F10. That feels right, I think. Let's see, Shift F10. Yeah. All right. We're rusty, baby. Let's get it. All right. What it does is it's a clock of the long now. We'll get into this example. It establishes that there's a year. It's an integer with 32 bit the integer, I think. Yeah. So then we made this function that we typed out. It's basically from that textbook example. It has a function called add year. This is a little function of things to say that makes this mutable. Means it's something that can change. It's a very important thing in Rust. You have to tell it that it's mutable. I have to pass it itself. Take self.year. Increments it by 1. If you go to add year, function of the main, let mutable clock equal clock of the long now. We set year to 1999. We overwrite it. Clock that year equals 2017. Then we add a year. Year becomes 2018. We tell it to print a line with the year. We do add year again. The year becomes 2019. We tell it to print a line with the new year, 2019. All right, all essential stuff. Really good, really good. Really happy I found this. Actually, a little bit more going on than it looks like, but it's simple, and yeah, that's what I love about Rust. I can explain it. All right, but yeah, this is the type of example we have going on in our book, so we're pretty much ready to get rusty here. I'm actually really happy that everything's working. I think what happened when I first pulled it up was like I said, I didn't remember that I hadn't actually installed Rust on this system. So it looks like once we got that taken care of, our stuff's ready to go. I'll take a peek at the, I'll take a peek at the WSL installation later, but maybe I should actually do that now. Because I kind of want to go through running Rust from source because, let's get started. Let's go with like a Rust. I don't mind programming a little bit tonight. We got to get back into our workflow here. So let's go Rust. No, it's like at the Rust book or something. Okay. I don't know where the Rust. There's a book. It's just like yeah, here it is. All right, this is it. Doc.rustlang. This one. Yeah, it's the Rust book. All right, so that's the informal name of it. All right, let's get started. Using cargo, so we want to get into cargo. All right, installation, we pretty much did this, but let's go ahead and fucks with it. All right, the first step is to install Rust. We'll download Rust through RustUp, a command line tool for managing Rust versions and associated tools. You'll need an internet connection. If y'all were not noticing, boom, no, cancel. I took something else. That we did this Rust up part already. We used that in the installation thing here. Curl sh.rustup shell script. This is the shell script. It's like a shell.rustup rs. So it ran that into a shell function. All right. Installs the latest version. All right, let's get through the notation. The following steps install the latest stable version. Skip that. Command line notations chapter throughout the book will show you some commands used in the terminal. Lines that you enter in the terminal start with the $sign. You don't need to type the $sign character. It's the command line prompt shown to indicate the start of each command. Lines that don't start with the command sign typically show the output of the previous command. Additionally, PowerShell specific commands will use the right caret rather than the $sign. All right, so we did this command thing. Which one did we get today? They're talking about 1.3. That got us 1.2, so I probably want to do something like this and see what the latest version is. Let's see. CD, let's go to home, ls. I wonder if I could just do this. All right. There's a command to restart the shell. Oh, it's that source. I don't know, whatever. Boom, let's do that. All right. Let's go ahead, restart VS Code while we're at it. We're not, like I said, we're not going to really develop for Rust in VS Code, but we were actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and just do a different terminal. Let's do a straight Ubuntu terminal. All right. That way we don't have the distractions of this. We can just focus on the terminal. You guys can't see that, can you? All right, that's better. All right, and then we'll just say, actually, you know, LS. All right, so CD. Now I should have some. Oh, I should have some Rust in here. Rust, boom. LS, boom. CD. All right, well, let's see what's going on. And I have Hello Rust and Hello World. All right, this is this typical structure of a Rust project. And then let's see. You know what I could do? LSAL. Let's look at some dates here. March 11th, 2022. Not too much of a difference. All right, cool. And then I got into some Crash stuff. Let's see what's in Crash. A little bit, and then I think I switched over to Sea Lion. This is where I have that Crash Hello World. Let's Crash. Doing that. And transferred it over. All right, interesting. Cool, so I've got some Rust going over here. Cool. Let me go ahead and get started because that's what I'm trying to remember. All right, this is the structure. All right, we downloaded it. We don't need to worry about compiling it. Let's do this. Let's run this update script real quick. Because I don't actually know what the latest version is. I forget what the hot cut is here for. There's a different way to paste. Is right click? Yeah, there it is. All right, let me see. Yeah, 1.6.5. Yeah, 1.65 rather. See, so that was good. I didn't know what the hell it was. So it's good to run the update command. Always good to get the latest version. Oh, there's some local documentation. Let's try that. Nice. I don't really care what you open it with. Sure, go ahead, open it with Brave. Learn Rust. Affectionately nickname the book. It's just the website. It's kind of what I want to do with Pinochle. Like a really like nice ass laid out book, but I want to integrate the Power Pinochle forum stuff. All right, so learn Rust. All right. Back in the book. Hello World. All right, let's get it. All right, now that you've installed Rust, let's write your first Rust program. It's traditional when learning a new language to write a little program that prints the text Hello World on the screen. So we'll do the same here. The book assumes basic familiarity with the command line. Rust makes no specific demands about your editing or tooling when or where your code lives. So if you prefer to use an integrated development environment instead of the command line, feel free to use your favorite IDE. Many IDEs now have some degree of Rust support. Check the IDE's documentation for details, right? So that's what we have here. We have three. We have Sea Lion, Visual Studio, and Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code is like a free, lightweight Microsoft IDE available to everybody. I use it all the time. But Visual Studio is the more full-featured like pro version. It's what Cliff uses, so I'm trying to learn this, but I don't want to stop using this. Sea Lion is, like I said, the one my friend uses in for Rust development. And I really like all three of them, actually. When I got going, I was actually really happy that I decided to use all three of them. Takes a little bit longer just to get up to speed, but you know, as you start to do it, as you'll see, when you're actually constantly juggling them, it becomes easier to keep them straight because you're actually using all three of them simultaneously. So it does get there. It's a little slower getting it going, but it gets going, and it's nice. All right, so let's see. Right now we are working on the command line. All right, so creating a project directory. You'll start by making a directory to store your Rust code. I'm probably going to do this just to, you know, go through the motions here. It doesn't matter to Rust where your code lives, but for the exercises and projects in this book, we suggest making a projects directory in your home directory and keeping all your projects there. You know, we have a directory like that. Open a terminal and enter the following commands to make a projects directory and a directory for the Hello World project within that projects directory. All right, so I'll show you guys what we'll do for this example. Is we'll go up here before even we go into crash. We'll do, yeah. I mean, we can probably get rid of these, but we'll go ahead and do. I don't know. Let's just go ahead and remove Hello World and Hello Rust. Remove recursively any directory that starts with the hello. All right, and then we'll go ahead and make a directory called Hello World. We'll go into that directory. All right. All right, next, make a new source file and call it main.rs. Rust files always end with the .rs extension. If you're using more than one word in your file name, the convention is to use an underscore to separate them. For example, use hello_world.rs rather than hello_world.rs. Now open the main.rs file that you just created and enter the code. All right, so for that, we could be real slick with it and do something like vim hello world.rs. Actually, no, let's not use vim. Let's use what else is on the HPC? Nano, maybe? All right, and then actually, you know what? Let's escape that. Let's quit here. Exit. Yeah, I don't want to learn this. This is weird. Up caret X. Shift X. Oh Lord, this is awful. All right, let's just go ahead and write this. No, I actually want to get the hell out of here. Control C? No. Oh Lord, I don't know anything about using this. Search backwards. Nope. Oh my goodness. All right, control. Here we go. Save the modified buffer. Fuck no. Okay. Let's vim this bitch. As weird as it is, I'm a little bit more comfortable with that. All right, now let's go ahead and write this text here. Let's not make any mistakes here. Function. Oh, I didn't enter insert mode. All right, function main. Curly brackets. Print line. Oh, I messed that up. Oh, no, I didn't. Print line. Hello world. Use that good punctuation. Inline. Why not even get a little bit of structure to it? Like that. Oh, it's sexy. It doesn't need this end caret there. It does need a semicolon here. Oh, not there. There. All right. And now we escape to get out of that, and colon WQ. All right, so now it should have written that file. All right, save the file and go back to your terminal window in the directory and enter the following command to compile and run the file. So rustc main.rs and then /main. Oh, I see. rustc is the compiler, right? It's the compiler and builder. So when we say rustc, that's basically saying like rust compile main.rs. That's the file we just wrote. Oh, there's no such file in directory. Oh, I didn't name it main.rs. I'm a moron. All right, here. Let's move hello world. .rs. Always should be named main.rs actually within the program. All right, so now we could say rustc main.rs. All right, now that's done. And then it's like, oh, and then it creates an executable. That's that green main. And so we have to do this ./main, and then there it is, hello world. So that's our hello world on our WSL system. So that's all nice and worked out. Regardless of your operating system, the string hello world should print to the terminal. If you don't see this output, refer back to troubleshooting. If hello world did print, congratulations, you've officially written a Rust program that makes you a Rust programmer. Welcome. All right. Anatomy of a Rust program. Let's review this hello world program. Here's the first bit of the puzzle. Function, main, open and close curly brackets. These lines define a function called main. It's going to be really important. But that FN stands for function. It's the main function. Every program has a main function. Every program runs from the main function, and the main function should always be in a Rust script called main.rs, which is the way of telling Rust and every other Rust programmer that that is indeed the location of your main function. All right, so the main function is special. It is always the first code that runs in every executable Rust program. Here, the first line declares a function named main that has no parameters and returns nothing. If there were parameters, they would go inside the parentheses. The function body is wrapped in curly brackets. Rust requires curly brackets around all function bodies. It's good style to place the opening curly bracket on the same line as the function declaration, adding one space in between. Note, if you want to stick to standard style across Rust projects, you can use an automatic formatter tool called Rust FMT to format your code in a particular style. More on Rust FMT in Appendix D. The Rust team has included this tool with the standard Rust distribution like rustc, so it should already be installed on your computer. The body of the main function holds the following code: print line hello world. This line does all the work in this little program. It prints text to the screen. There are 4 important details to notice here. First, Rust style is to indent with 4 spaces, not a tab. I think I did hit tab. Oh no, I hit enter. When I did the line, it automatically tabbed it because it knows how to deal with that Rust file. Second, print line calls a Rust macro. If it had called the function instead, it would be entered as print line without the exclamation point. We'll discuss Rust macros in more detail in chapter 19. For now, you just need to know that using an exclamation point means that you're calling a macro instead of a normal function, and that macros don't always follow the same rules as functions. Third, you see the hello world string. We pass this string as an argument with the print line, and the string is printed to the screen. Fourth, we end the line with the semicolon, which indicates that this expression is over, and the next one is ready to begin. Most lines of Rust code end with a semicolon. Compiling and running are separate steps, right? You've just run a newly created program, so let's examine each step of the process. Before running a Rust program, you must compile it using the Rust compiler by entering the rustc command and passing it the name of your source file, like this, rustc main.rs. If you have a C or C++ background, you'll notice that this is similar to GCC or CLang. After compiling successfully, Rust outputs a binary executable. That's what we then executed with /main. All right. So just compiling with rustc is fine for simple programs, but as your project grows, you'll want to manage all the options and make it easy to share your code. Next, we'll introduce you to the Cargo tool, which will help you write real-world Rust programs. Yeah, that's what we really want to get into here, Cargo a little bit. You might be used to compiling and running a program as separate. Might not be used to. Yeah, in Python, you don't compile and run separately. Rust is an ahead-of-time compiled language, meaning you can compile a program and give the executable to someone else, and they can run it even without having Rust installed. If you give someone a .rb or .py or .js file, they need to have Ruby, Python, or JavaScript implemented. All right, so that's really important, right? What does this mean? It means it's really cool. Like, I could write me a little Rust script that does a thing, right? Normally, if I want to share a Python script with Lena, Lena's got to have Python, got to have installed Python, and then they need to like use my script and, you know, execute it on their own to get the program to do what it does. That can be really inconvenient for a lot of reasons. Chief amongst them, even dependencies, and it's a pain in the ass. Whereas with Rust, I actually get a normal executable where even somebody who doesn't have Rust can just take that executable file, /main in an appropriate named directory, and boom, they'll get the thing to do the dizzy. So it's going to be a really important thing to remember at some points, and it's another advantage of Rust over other systems, in my opinion. All right, now we'll go to Hello Cargo next. Let me punch in this little break timer. I'm actually going to take this one since I skipped the last one. This will probably be my last one for the night. A little slow getting into my coding today, but that's all right. Switching grooves does that. And I'm getting hungry, so I'll do one more block and then get off and get some food, relax for the night, get ready to teach tomorrow. Where did I put Uncle Bobby, y'all? I don't know. What did we do? What did we do? Where'd Uncle Bobby go? I lost Uncle Bobby. I lost him. What happened?
I gotta burn that place down. She's been trying to get me.
He's talking about a coworker. He's like, I gotta burn that place down. I love that.
Decade plus that I've been an atheist.
I'd say that about my place of work, but people actually know where I work, and it, like, you can't make jokes about that about my place of work because it's a university. But we all get the impression. It's funny.
And she always tells this same story. Her father was a doctor. She got ill, then she got deathly ill. The doctors gave up. We can't figure out what's wrong with her. And she was on the brink of death. Father kind of gave it up. And he prayed. The next week, she got.
One of these days, you're gonna teach me how to type. Yeah, I'm bad. I can type without looking at the keyboard, but then I start fucking shit up. I'm bad.
And she was like, "You can't because of that." And she says the same thing
And
every
I don't
time.
even tell you how many
can't
typing
tell
classes
me
I've
there's
had.
not a God. I'm like, okay. Your personal experience is not evidence that leads
My
to a
fingers
proof.
refuse to commit to the home
That's
row.
just not how it works, right? Watch this. Okay, if I stand up out of this chair, dear God, I live in chronic pain. If I get out of this chair,
Clog pipe.
it actually hurts. It physically hurts.
Unclog
to
super
get
pipe.
in and out of a chair. Dear God, please take the pain away from me. Amen. Right there. I can already feel it going down my left leg. You wanted me to prove that there is no God? There, I just did it. My personal experience showed you that there is no God. How many Christians just wrote that down as gospel? Not a single one. Your personal experience does not count as evidence that leads to a proof, Christians.
That's pretty good.
This is literally logic 101. That's why I'm saying is that these conversations are frustrating to have. These are rules that you should know. But again, this is just roll the tape. A little bit longer again. Let's do this. We are not making it through all 50. Everyone does it. Christians do it whenever. Yeah, all right. Messianic maniac. We're saying the same thing for the most part. What's the next one? If atheism is just an opinion, why do you believe like it is a fact? That's just a fucked up question. That's like, you know, here's my fuckface Frank. If it's true, shut the fuck up. Why do I act like atheism is a fact? That's just a malformed question, right? You know, if atheism is true, atheism is my response to your claim. And I'm not going to go much further than that. Christian, honestly and truly, before we wrap this stuff up, if you want to start having adult conversations, start sounding like one. These
There
are
it
logic
is.
101s. Seriously. Roll the tape.
You guys are fucking up the basics.
I don't believe it's just an opinion.
It is still in time to dance
Right.
like
How
a
do you
chicken
square the
around the
fact that some of
room.
the most-
Still 20 seconds left to dance around the chicken like
Christians,
a
you
room.
guys make me
Dance
sick to
around
my
the room like a
stomach.
chicken.
Let's just read this one out loud. God bless America.
Stop looking at me like that, dog. I'm following.
How do you square the fact that
instructions
some
and
of
you're
the
not
most
because
evil
you can't
people in
read.
history are atheists? Let's do the list. Hitler, Stalin, Mao Zedong, Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, Jim Jones, etc. Christians, please go fuck yourself. I just belched. You guys hear that one? Hashtag unprofessional.
All right. Command line stuff we were doing. Boom. All right, let's get rusty. All right, cargo. All right, cargo's Rust build system and package manager. Most Rust stations use this tool to manage their Rust projects because cargo handles a lot of tasks for you, such as building your code, downloading the libraries your code depends on, and building those libraries. We call the libraries that your code needs dependencies. The simplest Rust programs, like the ones we've run so far, don't have any dependencies. If we had built the Hello World project with Cargo, it would only use the part of Cargo that handles building your code. As you write more complex Rust programs, you'll add dependencies. And if you start a project using Cargo, adding dependencies will be much easier to do. Because the vast majority of Rust projects use Cargo, the rest of this book assumes that you're using Cargo too. Cargo comes installed with Rust. If you use the official installers discussed in the installation section, if you installed Rust through some other means, check whether Cargo is installed by entering the following into your terminal. Also, you know what I got to figure out how to do? I installed Rust over here so we could run it. I wonder if it just gives me like a terminal. Command line. Sure. Can I do Rushy update? Yeah, I wonder, because I got the... Oh, you know what? I just did the installer. I did the Windows installer, so I'm pretty sure it did the latest version. We're good to go. Never mind. I don't need to worry about this. See you later, my guy. Back to that. All right. The simplest, all right, blah, 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 because the following command in your terminal, cargo, version, actually, Sea Lion, you've struck my fancy now. Not gonna lie. What? Wait, now I didn't know where that shit went. Oh. Never mind. Alright, let's go back here. All right, creating a project with Rust. So here's how you should read it. Let's create a project using Cargo and look at how it differs from the original Hello World project. Navigate back to your projects directory, then run the following. All right, so this is the, all right, different thing. All right, so let's go here, CD up, right? We got rid of Hello Cargo, so we'll do it again, but this time we'll use, fucking cargo. So you'll do cargo new hello cargo, right? And then CD in the hello cargo. All right, and that creates a new directory and project called Hello Cargo. We've named our project Hello Cargo, and Cargo creates its files in a directory of the same name. Go into the Hello Cargo directory. You'll see that Cargo generated 2 files in one directory first, cargo.toml file in a source directory with the main.rs file inside. So that's if we, oh, I wish it could, there's probably a command to show the full tree here. Let me see. Linux show full Linux ls full tree. All right, let's try this. Oh shit, right click. I'll tell you the other reason I looked at the damn button. All right, tree. Boom, nice. So it shows us here where we're at. There's a cargo TOML file. There's a source directory and a main.rs file inside of that source. All right, cool. That worked. Thank you, tree. All right. I actually really like that command. All right, so by the way, that's how easy it is to install most Linux programs. All right, so it's a reason developers use it. All right, now what are we getting to here? Back here, we installed that. We got our new file. It also initialized a new Git repository along with a git.ignore file. Git files won't be generated if you run cargo new within an existing Git repository. You can override this behavior by using cargo new --vcs equals git. Git is a common version control system. You can change cargo new to use different version control system or no version control system by using the --vcs flag. Run cargo new help to see the available options. We don't need to worry about any of that. Open the cargo.toml in your text editor of choice. It should look similar to the code listing 1.2. All right, let's do it. Let's say vim cargo tab complete. So what are those characters at the top? Or are those just brackets? All right, package hello.cargo. Let's see what that example looks like. Comparing this package name, hello cargo, version 0.10, edition 2021, dependencies, nothing, good to go. This file in the Tom's obvious minimal language format, which is cargo's configuration format. The first line package is a section heading that indicates that the following statements are configuring a package. As we add more information to this file, we'll add other sections. The next 3 lines set the configuration information cargo needs to compile your program, the name, the version, and the addition of Rust to use. We'll talk about the addition key in Appendix E. The last line, dependencies, is the start of a section for you to list any of your project's dependencies. In Rust, packages of code are referred to as crates. We don't need any other crates for this project, but we will in the first chapter, in chapter 2. So we'll use this dependency section then. Now open source.main.rs and take a look. This is where you'll see what we saw before, which is that, all right, we can get out of here. We can just quit force. All right. Rust automatically actually builds a hello world into all of its main functions by default, which is kind of really nice. So you can just always just pop it open and run it. All right, and again, we will just go ahead and quit that. Nice to get my Vim going. All right, you guys know I meet with Cliff tomorrow at 1, but now in a couple weeks, I think we'll be back to developing my brain. All right, let me get in here. All right, it's generated a Hello World program for you, just like the one we wrote. So far, the differences between our project and the project cargo generated that the cargo placed the code in the source directory, and we have a cargo .toml configuration file in the top directory. Cargo expects your source files to live inside the source directory. The top level project directory is just for README files, license information, configuration files, and anything else not related to your code. Using Cargo helps you organize your projects. There's a place for everything, and everything is in its place, right? So this is really important, that Cargo expects all of our source files to be inside the source directory, with the main function in the one called main.rs. The top level project directory is just for the README files, the license information, the configuration files, and anything that's not code. So, you know, throwaway stuff, basically. So it's kind of like a installer, package manager, project organizer in one, and you kind of get a feel for that now. So the reason I wanted to do that is for those of you that are kind of looking over here, and we were working with C-Line, is like, right? See, I don't want to just jump into C-Line because at first you weren't going to understand what all this stuff is, right? And so now it's starting to make sense, right? Now you're in a project, you have a source file, right? There's the main is in the source directory, and then this stuff is some C-Line stuff, but here's that TOML and a related file. So that's kind of what is mimicked here in all of these C-Line projects, and that's why I wanted to go to this to kind of get a feel for that. And then we'll be good to go to get back up into our C++ crash course when we head back to the console tomorrow. All right. So here we go. All right, so building and running a cargo project. Now let's look at what's different when we build and run Hello World program with cargo. From the Hello Cargo directory, you build your project by entering the following command, cargo build. This command creates an executable file in the target debug hello cargo or target debug hello cargo.exe on Windows rather than in your current directory, because the default build is a debug build. Cargo puts the binary in a directory named debug. You can run the executable with this command. All right, so we go here. We go back up. And we say cargo build. And it's done. And it tells you finish dev unoptimized debug info. So now you look and we've got this target. So now the command is from here, go into target, go into debug, hello cargo. Instead of saying / whatever. Right, so you're just saying run hello cargo. You're go into target, go into debug, and run hello cargo. We're kind of just doing this the old-fashioned way. That way we see a little bit what's going on under the hood when our IDE does this for us. All right, no such file or directory. Forgot the period. Boom, hello world, there it is. All right, so that worked. No problems there. If all goes well, hello world should print to the terminal. Running cargo build for the first time will also cause cargo to create a new file at the top level, cargo.lock. This file keeps track of the exact versions of dependencies in your project. This project doesn't have any dependencies, so the file is a bit sparse. You won't ever need to change this file manually. Cargo manages its contents for you. It's really nice, actually. It makes sure you don't have version issues when you transfer a project. It keeps track of that for you. It keeps track of exactly which versions you need. And then when you need to redo something, it knows it has a log of exactly which versions of which libraries you need. And as long as you build with cargo, it will be able to pull them back in for you. We just built a project with cargo build and ran it with /target debug hello cargo, but we can also use cargo run to compile the code and then run the resulting executable all in one command. So that's the command we'll want to actually use most of the time. Will just be cargo run. And it gives you the same exact output of both in one step. All right. Using cargo run is more convenient than having to remember to run cargo build and then use the whole path to the binary. So most developers use cargo run. Notice that this time we didn't see output indicating that cargo was compiling hello cargo. Cargo figured out that the files hadn't changed, so it didn't rebuild but just ran the binary. If you had modified your source, cargo would have rebuilt the project before running, and you would have seen this output. Now, this is what Cliff and I, you see us do with C++, where if we change one of the settings, the build has access to the settings, so we don't have to rebuild Mabe, right? But you guys see, anytime we change our actual code, anytime we change something in the tournament optimizer, for instance, we have to rebuild Mabe, right? That's when I always, we run the /m build, and I'm always like racing to the bong to see if I can hit a bong faster than Mabe can recompile. Well, that's the same exact thing. It's that we've changed the source code, so in order for Mabe to run properly, we have to actually recompile it, rather than if we're just changing a setting, we don't have to recompile it. All right, cargo also provides a command called cargo check. This command quickly checks your code to make sure it compiles but doesn't produce an executable. Why would you not want an executable? Often cargo check is much faster than cargo build because it skips the steps of producing an executable. If you're continually checking your work while writing the code, using cargo check will speed up the process of letting you know that your project is still compiling. As such, many rustaceans use cargo check periodically as they write their program to make sure it compiles. Then they run cargo build when they're ready to use the executable. All right, let's recap what we've learned so far about cargo. We can create a project using cargo new. We can build a project using cargo build. We can build and run a project in one step using cargo run. We can build a project without producing a binary to check for errors using cargo check. Instead of saving the results of the build in the same directory as our code, cargo stores it in the target/debug directory. An additional advantage of using cargo is that the commands are the same no matter which operating system you're working on. So at this point, we'll no longer provide specific instructions for Linux and Macs versus Windows, which is really nice. All right. Building for release. When your project is finally ready for release, you can use cargo build release to compile it with optimizations. This command will create an executable in target/release instead of target/debug. The optimizations make your Rust code run faster. Returning them on lengthens the time it takes for your program to compile. This is why there are two different profiles, one for development when you want to rebuild quickly and often, and another for building the final program you'll give to a user that won't be rebuilt repeatedly, that will run as fast as possible. If you're benchmarking your code's running time, be sure to run cargo build release and benchmark with the executable in target/release. Cargo as convention. With simple projects, cargo doesn't provide a lot of value over just using Rust C, but will prove its worth as your program becomes more intricate. Once programs grow to multiple files or need a dependency, it's much easier to let cargo coordinate the build. Even though the Hello Cargo project is simple, it now uses much of the real tooling you'll use in the rest of your Rust career. In fact, to work on any existing projects, you can use the following commands to check out the code using git, change to that project's directory, and build. So you can go git clone example.org, some project, change directory to some project, and cargo build. That's just a way to build like a template project. So you can use this if there's examples of Rust projects that are already on Git. Pretty cool. All right, this is the book. It's so good. You're already off to a great start. Rust journey in this chapter. Have you learned a bunch of that stuff? Cool. Think we're ready to go. Programming a guessing game. Oh, this is an example. They want to get into coding. Yeah, I'm sure it's useful. I might do it tomorrow just to get going. I want to get back to that C++ crash course stuff. So I've got a few minutes left. Let me just kind of wind things down. I think you're pretty much ready to go. I actually want to get rid of this stuff because I have a bad habit of not clearing my desk at the end of the day. So let's actually get rid of all this. Let's get rid of a lot of stuff. We don't need this right now. I'll get set up for gather and stuff. I'm just gonna close everything because I need to get used to rebooting it. Actually, tomorrow we will be working with Cliff, so we'll want to go back. Yep, we'll just close it because we'll get into May pretty easily from programming. We don't need this. Gonna move this over here. We're done here. What are we gonna do, gang? It's 7 o'clock. We want to have an early night. Let's watch some Cheers and then watch some Weeds. I don't think there's anything crazy going on sports-wise tonight. It's Tuesday. Maybe there's some World Cup or something, but otherwise, yeah, let's get in together, hang out. We'll probably watch some TV, hang out. Appreciate everybody for tuning in today. We'll do more coding and stuff as we go along. Appreciate everybody for hanging out with me and hanging out in Gather. Come link up with the gang in the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, the Christopher Hitchens. Science bless you all. Poof!
Zach? Why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No rights when they been left turns. Playing that she gotta let it burn. Saying that the house not a home. Sunshine cause she heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the summer, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I went, now I got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too balls. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Carl. Thick game, lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call. It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
Be smoking that side. I'm trying to get high. She said that she not ready for lust. I waste my time. I got demons in my closet. I can't hide. I did all my exes wrong. They wish I died. Damn, I tried. They won't believe me when I say this. Oh my God, what a blessing. Hello Phoenix, that's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again. Not again. Cause they were missing when I needed just a friend.
They were missing, yeah, they always missing. They don't want no smoke, they hit the blunt and started tripping. My daughter about to be 5, I ain't got no time to be bitching. I'm still reminiscing, we ain't had no food in the kitchen. I gotta go stack. I'm waiting, know I'm heading, but I'm going out. I hit the side, now your sack feel like I'm throwing up. And I just took another perk, cause one wasn't enough. Yeah.
It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time